bad business. That is bad business. Yeah. Hey, good morning.
I was heard you need a converter for HDMI, or did you get hooked up?
Oh, we got hooked up. We got it all worked out.
Was there one of them on the
Oh,
table?
yeah, it's here. We just the guy that was here helping us, we just swapped it out. There's a DisplayPort
Yeah, this is
adapter
the
and
one. I
that.
just want to make sure you had it.
Oh, no, if I brought my Raspberry Pi, I need something like that.
Okay.
No.
All right, Mike's everything working for you?
Yeah, as far as I can tell. How does it sound?
Stand on the back and thumbs up, thumbs down.
Okay. This is what we're doing right now. Yeah. Hello. Test, 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 test. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. 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 Test, test. All right. Sounds okay? All right. Hey, thanks. All right. All right. Excuse me. Hey, Ken. What you up to, man? Oh, okay.
Fill up the room.
Oh, you're gonna heckle me a little bit? It's like,
So
hey,
you're okay, right?
man, I'm just doing,
Well,
Richard.
but your AV and stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, Mark Shuttleworth couldn't show up, so they got me. So.
You had to go a little bit higher.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. That's it, man. Shoot. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's just all, all the projects just kind of
Tell me
converge
about it,
at
man.
one time.
It's been nuts the past 5 months. I have a part-time business. I do photography, and it's like I'm working with. There's 3 actors that I'm working with.
Standing out.
Yeah. There's like 3 actors that I'm working with. 2 of them. One just made a film short that made it to HBO. Guy named Anthony I'm working with, and then a lady by the name of Kennedy Hall. She has a series that she's going to start shooting this summer.
Wow.
So I've been doing headshot and portfolio work for them. And it's, a lot of times, you just meet people and you just do favors for people and whatnot. And they're all young people. I had no idea they had so much going on. And it's like at least 2 to 3 times a month, I'm just shooting headshots and stuff for those guys. And it's not about the money, it's about the exposure for me right now. But I had no idea that after you shoot, that's where all the headache begins. You gotta do color grading, you gotta do retouching, you got so much you have to do. And on top of that, there's still my regular 9 to 5. I'm kind of at that point where I'm like,
I've been working with a photographer that's actually into doing all these algorithms and stuff. And his name is, he's been having gallery exhibits, but he has his own studio.
Really?
And he's a photographer. But now he jumped up. He's not like a computer tech. He's from New York.
Okay.
He's been 5 or 6 years. And that's what he does. He's constantly, I'll send you some of his stuff. But if you guys, he's black. He's way cool. But he's into innovating with images, and a lot of it is kind of some sex type, it's taking the human figure to another level.
It's really artsy kind of stuff. Okay.
But he has to do the other anyway.
Yeah.
He has all this gear stuff in Hollywood. He's in Hollywood now.
Oh. Is he a young guy, older dude?
Yeah, he's maybe in his 30s or
Oh, young guy. Yeah.
40s, so mid-30s. But he's just a real easy. He's into innovating. He's into this whole imagery and color. So we have great discussions about how to manipulate the images.
I was going to ask you, you slimming up, man? You working out or what's going on?
Getting ready for the break.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, I mean, what's it all worth anyway? What's
Man, I'm trying to extend that. You know what I mean? Trying to extend this, man. You got work to do. Get ready for the break.
It's just people pulling and pushing.
It's crazy, man. So,
But Yuri's been here from Brazil. He's an administrator. He's an IT Linux administrator. And so for 2 months, and he just sits there and grinds away at getting all these programs that I've been talking about for years, all on my local platform, and containers and VMs, and now he's doing Docker. And so I'll have a nice repertoire. Now I have to go through and evaluate each of them and create kind of a grid to say, what are your requirements, and then be able to select the best one as the core.
okay.
And then work on the back end to do the interoperability, because it might take 2 or 3 different ones, and understanding the data models and the screens. And so there's a culmination of a lot of stuff for me right now. That's on my open ACS project open, and that enterprise stuff.
I was going to ask you, this year, do they got you doing the computer install stuff? Oh, you got away from that?
Well, I did one with the library at the same lady at the big public library.
Coleman, hello? Who? Hello? Oh, you were at the wrong number, sorry.
But no one contacted me. A couple people had mentioned it, but Nina's here, and it just didn't come up this year.
Oh, okay. because like I said, man, that ate up a lot of time. It was fun. I had to admit, it was fun, but it's up an inordinate amount of time. So when Richard had asked me to do this, I was like, okay, that's 20, 30 minutes, and then I'm good. And I can just geek out and pull off this monkey suit, and I can just do what I want to do. So like I said, this is the only thing I do for myself once a year. This is it. And after that, don't complain about it. I'll just look forward to the next year. But I tell you, the job, my 9 to 5, has been crazy. I mean,
You're at the school, right?
yeah, and the thing is that we got a new principal, and she's been changing programs, and programs got defunded.
Right.
And
So it's a shift. It's this constant transit.
well, the problem that I'm having is that the district said, okay, here's our strategic plan and our technology plan, and we want all these innovations. And they haven't put any money behind anything. And then, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about funding models and stuff in my presentation, but the one thing that got me was that they said, okay, guys, we're going to buy Chromebooks in the spring of 2017. We just got them a couple of weeks ago. But they had all these technology initiatives with benchmarks saying, okay, by this time we want to see this, we want to see this, we want to see a technology plan at the site levels. We want to make sure that the kids at the 6th grade level are exposed to word processing, internet search and retrieval, basic stuff, right? And so they were giving us little bits of funding. And so we would buy, these Chromebook carts, we bring them in, but there was no training. So teachers were letting this stuff sit. And I'm like, okay, so you provide funding for the hardware and the proprietary software, but there's no training and support because the teachers don't feel comfortable using the stuff. So what do they do?
So the planning part is like almost non-existent. They're just responding to funding streams and to pressures in terms of their requirements.
Exactly. And I think it's a joke because then they'll say, well, this didn't work, so now we're not going to go and apply for these block grants, or some of the funding that is provided at the state and federal level is via reimbursement, which means you have to forward fund a project and get the money on the back end.
But now the other thing is the desktop and the local networks to me are more important than the cloud.
We are on the same page.
So the desktop is because Chromebooks, they all talk about Chromebooks, but what kind of Chromebooks do?
It's a consumptive device.
Right.
Yeah, but like
and so how do you, and doing spreadsheets and stuff on Google is not, it's not.
Oh yeah, they said that they had people registering it. They said
it was a long line. Hi,
yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah.
Good. All right.
But we're just waiting for some of the people coming from registration.
I talked to Nathan.
Yeah, but it's just what you're right. I think the local control of your technology gives you more options. The problem that we have, they want to move towards the Chromebooks for a couple reasons. It's easy for their IT department to maintain them.
Yeah, but easy is not what we're looking for. We're looking to do the requirements.
Yeah.
It's harder to get your requirements handled.
You're right, but the problem is, you got a bad habit of telling the truth.
Right.
That's your problem. So I told you. Yeah.
He's out there saying real things.
Yeah. Well, I get it all from my hero.
But this year has been the year when I can finally integrate in the private sector because I have a stronger understanding, and I'm confident in my nonprofit. But I can, the for-profit, I see a place and how to dance with that now, like I did, because what you do is you do the nonprofit and the government, you get it planned, and when they say no, the for-profit will step in, fund it, and as long as you have a return on investment or enough visible, then, right, and then the government and the nonprofit is sitting pretty because it happened, and we weren't impeded by all the bureaucratic time waste and energy that goes in.
It's funny that you mention that because that's one of my slides talks about a little bit of the funding that supposedly was going to give a boost to technology. In 2009, when Obama had did the stimulus package, right? We had what was called ERA, which was the Accountability and Recovery and Reinvestment Act, or something to that effect. And the problem was that these federal and state funds, they would say, oh, we're going to provide $1 billion. The question was, were they going to provide it? And what did it look like? really we're basically saying we're going to provide up to $1 billion.
Right.
And most of that money would be via, what it is, via reimbursements, and they'll say $1
What
billion.
needs to be done? It's a drop in the bucket.
Exactly, because it's $1 billion over 10 years, right? And that's supposed to cover the entire country, all 50 states. Well, here's the problem, is that the money wasn't all in the form of grants. So you would forward fund for your project, and then you would apply for reimbursement on the back end.
Right.
But since they
And
were
then you're waiting for the money, and you're dying in the meantime.
exactly,
And how do you stay alive?
exactly, and the thing is that they don't always give you 100% reimbursement since it's a categorical funding stream.
Right.
And then the legislators get in there and they say, well, we didn't get enough people applying for this, so they narrow the focus for the coming year.
They don't advertise it enough either.
Exactly.
And they say we're having to cut across the board, so we need to cut. Right.
Yeah. And another thing was, remember when the California lottery was supposed to like save the
Oh,
schools?
yeah.
Well, the thing was that it was never really designed to supplement, but it was designed to supplant funds. So the thing is, say for every $100 of money that came via the state in the form of ADA or line item monies for technology and education, what they would do is they would say, oh, well, you're getting money from the lottery.
We're going to use your other money over here.
So rather than supplement
Like
and make
this?
it bigger, it was used to supplant. So they took the line item out and they said, now you guys have a variable funding stream.
You ready?
Yeah. So this is
I
weird
worked for
stuff.
the Orange County Rescue Mission.
Oh yeah, you know.
So I know. I know. So I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
I could go on with an introduction to you for about an hour, but that's probably too much.
Okay.
What title?
I am a teacher. I am a technology coordinator and
Teacher and technology guy.
among other stuff, and chief bottleneck. Chief bottleneck. Yes, sir.
We're going to do our housekeeping bit.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
There you go.
You guys get closer. You know each other better than that. Come on. No kissing.
No? Okay. We'll save that for the after party.
Good morning, Ubukan. Thanks for being patient with our late start. We still got some people coming in from registration, but so it goes. Thank you all for coming. We have a couple of changes from the schedule that we had before. As you know, if you've been to Ubukans before, there's always one last minute thing that shows up that we try to squeeze in where we can, and we had a good opportunity. You want to talk about our talk?
Yeah, I'm aiming high.
So on the schedule, tomorrow at Friday at I just knew it at 3, Jose Antonio Rey was able to come out here, and he's going to give a talk about identity management. So if you run an open source project, or you are wondering what it takes for someone who runs an open source project to handle user registrations, handle all that data in a safe and protected way, handle logins, registrations, and so on, as well as some of the new GDPR regulations. Jose is going to talk about what that takes, how to handle that, and how that applies to Ubuntu servers, for example. And so it's an interesting little talk. And so at 3 that'll happen, and then directly following that at 4 we'll have our U and Ubuntu open session. So we hope to see a lot of people there. And so as things are sometimes a little fluid at SCaLE, you can always check the online schedule. The updates for that will happen very shortly. The opening talk tomorrow is also not on the schedule yet. That's going to be the Why Snappy by Alan Pope, and he's going to talk about Snapcraft and some of the tools that developers can use when they want to develop and deliver apps, not only to Ubuntu users, but to the other 15 other distros that support snaps. So that's Alan's a great guy and a wonderful presenter and a friend, and so check the schedule online for updates. The displays outside have the updated schedule, and that's a bonus if your printed schedule doesn't have it. So just be aware there's a little bit changing, a little more detail more than dramatic changes.
And I'm going to do a quick plug for that last session that follows tomorrow. It'll be our last session for UbuCon, because the most important component of that talk is in the room right now, and that's all of you. It's a weird session. We haven't done anything like it before, but it's a topic that's near and dear to our hearts and hopefully a lot of yours too, and that is the role of Ubuntu Desktop. What do you love about it? What would you like to see in it? What can you think of that might make it, that might help evangelize it? So I'm mentioning it now so that as UbuCon unfolds over these next day and a half, you can think about things you want to bring to that discussion. That discussion is going to be a brief intro from me, and then we're going to just brainstorm for that time and talk about why we love the desktop and why isn't the entire world using it every day. That's a 4:30 tomorrow. Yeah.
4 tomorrow.
3, 4, yes. If there's a conflict between us, follow his guidance.
And if there's a conflict between me and what the displays say, the displays are right because that's the fact-checked things I gave to SCaLE. So.
And any conflict between print and the schedule, as with all of SCaLE, always go with what's happening online. And there's an app. They've updated the app again this year for iOS and Android, and they also have the schedules here, and the website is very good too, based in Drupal. With all that out of the way, let me introduce our first speaker. Dr. Sam Coleman is an educator and technology coordinator, and he's brought a talk on Raspberry Pi in the educational context and the adventures thereof.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing? All right, welcome to UbuCon. I want to thank Richard for inviting me to come out and bump my gums a little bit. I've been coming to the SCaLE conference. I think I got here in the 4th one, so this is my 13th or 14th year. And it's always cool to see old friends and to make new ones. So I'll get on with it. So my talk is called the Free Computer Lab. Now, you're probably wondering, who is this random dude and why should I listen to him, right? Okay. This random dude, or this handsome devil right here is me. And I'll give you a little bit about my background. I've been in the field of education for about 20 years. And I've worked in a variety of environments. I've been a teacher, a coordinator, program manager. I've been a principal at a high school. And now I'm on the other side of the hill, back in the classroom, and I'm kind of liking it. And I work over at the Rialto Unified School District. One of the things that I've been able to do with the help of a lot of good people here at SCaLE is that I was encouraged to pursue my doctoral degree in educational technology, and I finally accomplished that goal with the encouragement of a lot of good people. And so for those people, and you know who you are, I want to say thank you if I haven't had a chance to thank you formally. So if you guys want to check out my dissertation, just Google my name, Samuel Coleman, dissertation. I actually open sourced my doctoral thesis. So if you, that means, yeah, so, and I went all in. Every tool, everything that is connected with my dissertation was done with open source technology. The analysis, the software, the word processing, everything. So if anybody wants to use any part of my dissertation, it's available to you. And I was humbled by the fact that thousands of people have actually downloaded it. And I'm thinking maybe they just couldn't sleep or something, so they needed something to help them go to sleep. So that's a little bit about me. You're probably wondering, what did you do? You see here, there's an example of a computer lab, and that's what I've been doing over the past 20 years or so, is putting together computer labs in environments where there was no money and maybe not much interest in providing those supports for children, who come from low-income backgrounds. And so I've used a variety of tricks, and I have bumped heads with some of the best superintendents and IT directors in 2 states, here in California and in Texas, to make that happen. I am nothing special. I think that you guys are just like I am. A lot of you have just tried to figure out, how do I get something to happen? I wasn't raised with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was just an African-American kid in Southeast San Diego back in the 1970s who, started my journey with technology I wanted a TV. I wanted a 9-inch TV, black and white TV in my room. So I talked to my mom about it, and she said, we can't afford for you to have a TV in your room. So I was like, wait a second. How do I make this happen? So, like many of you, you start to tinker with old broken things, and you read books, and you talk to what I call the graybeards, the people over at Radio Shack or Nielsen's Electronics, and you ask questions, and you go to the library, and you figure it out. Because at the end of the day, I was told early on that there's a solution for everything. There's a way to do everything. It really comes down to, are you going to put in the elbow grease and the sweat equity to figure it out? And I was told early on that it isn't always about money. Sometimes you just have to put in the work and figure it out. And so when I was faced with my first challenge back in 2002, I was a new teacher at Castle Park Middle School, and I had a group of special education kids that I was providing support for. A little bit about these kids. These were students that had bad behaviors, and they were kind of known for tearing up the computer lab, so to speak, finding ways to tear keys off or to basically break the mice and do all kinds of, heinous things to this technology. And so they were effectively banned from using it. And so, on the surface, you might think, well, if they're tearing stuff up, they don't deserve the privilege. I saw it differently. I saw it as a means of providing, some level of support to these kids and helping them to get to the next level by saying, hey, you know what, this technology is very cool. You can type your papers with it. You can go on the internet. You can find information. You can do different things. But I remember the first time I took my group of students over to the library, I was told unceremoniously that these little black and brown children, those kids can't come into the lab. Now, I don't know about you guys. Kind of pissed me off. Okay? Kind of pissed me off. As a father, as a teacher, as somebody who's kind of dedicated to helping kids, it just didn't sit well with me. So I decided to do what I always do. I figured out, I'm going to go ahead and try to put together some resource so that my kids had access to these tools. So you're probably thinking, why go through all of the trouble, right? School districts are supposed to provide all this stuff to all kids, right? Well, some people are asking the question, are public schools going broke? I mean, you guys pay taxes, right? Right? And I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys are parents and you have an expectation that when you send your kids to school that your tax dollars are being used to educate your children and provide tools that they can use so that they can, pursue, positive outcomes, But the problem is that in a lot of ways, public schools may not have the resources that you guys think. So you're probably asking, where's the money? Where's the beef? Remember that commercial? So, just a little bit of information. School districts are provided funding in a variety of different ways. We have what's called ADA, average daily attendance. Here in the state of California, the state provides funding based on an attendance model, right? So when our little boys and our little girls go to school, if they attend and they are real, good about taking attendance at school, and if you don't send your kid, you get the phone call, the automated phone call, and you're wondering, how come they're so on it? Because that is directly one of the things that they use to fund their programs. It pays for the building, it pays for teachers, it pays for whatever that needs to be paid for. However, there's other funding streams that are used specifically to buy things like computers or other specific things. So I'm going to talk a little bit about one area where a lot of funding was supposedly provided, and this was during the Obama administration back in 2009. How many of you guys have heard of ERA? Anybody ever heard of ERA? It was part of the stimulus package that was provided back in 2009 under President Obama. And they had earmarked, supposedly, about $650 million over a period of 10 years to augment technology in public schools. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a lot of money, right? But here's the problem. That's $650 million over 10 years, which comes out to about $65 million, right? Still a sizable amount. But this money was made available to any state that wanted to tap into those funds. So let's just say, just for easy, easy math, maybe only 80% of the states decided to go for it. Okay, let's just say 40 states, 80%, roughly thereabouts. Okay, so you got 40 states vying for a piece of that $65 million annually that they could use to tap in, and augment their technology. Okay, so when you do the math, it comes out to maybe $1.5 million, just a little less than $2 million per state per year, right? Now let's just say in the state of California, the California Department of Education gets $2 million and it says, okay, we're going to go ahead and make this $2 million available to our school districts. Anybody want to guess on how many school districts are there in the state of California? Anybody want to take a guess? Anybody? This is the audience participation portion. Anybody want to take a guess? Who said 1,200? You're just about right. At last count, I counted 1,158. So it's about 1,200. So you got $2 million and you're going to split it amongst about 1,200 school districts. It's pretty ridiculous when you start to think about it. But not every district applied for the funds. So again, you see how a big chunk of money can get really, really small really, really quick. Here is where it gets bad. It gets even worse. Most of those funds are not grants. Okay? Grant money just means you apply for it, and as long as you meet the requirements, you get it. These are what are called categorical funds. Okay? Categorical funds basically means that they are designated for specific categories or specific uses. The problem is that there's strings attached. Okay? And a lot of times, school districts have to do what's called forward funding. That means you go ahead and you spend your money first to buy equipment, software, training, and then you submit your receipts to the state for reimbursement.
Good luck.
Exactly. Good luck was exactly what I wanted. Perfect response. And here's the kicker beyond that. Sometimes the state and the federal government doesn't provide 100% reimbursement. They'll provide partial reimbursement. Another example of this would be for special education services to our kids. The federal government has certain mandates, and they'll say, well, you have to provide these services to children with special needs. The federal government reimburses school districts only about 45% of their true costs. So what ends up happening is that every time a child with special needs comes to a school district who needs occupational therapy, they need speech, they need all these services, the school district has to eat about 60% of those costs, which means that, your little kid or your little kid or your little kid, instead of getting their full share of their average daily, attendance monies from the state, a portion of each one of those students, they're getting some of that money pulled to take care of these children with special needs. And I'm not suggesting that anybody is at fault. That's just how the system was set up. So with that being said, I want you guys to kind of keep in mind that, politicians are quick to say, oh yeah, we gave away billions or hundreds of millions of dollars. Doesn't mean that the money actually got to the classroom. Okay? So I want you guys to kind of take that into consideration. So the next time you hear a politician talking about, oh, there's plenty of money for public schools, always ask, did it get to where it was supposed to go? Because a lot of times it doesn't. And with this information in mind, this is one of the reasons why I have kind of learned that I can't depend on the school district or the state or the federal government to provide those solutions. We need help now. And so this was one of the things that prompted me to start to work these projects. So let's move on. This is kind of my approach, okay? Call it the decision, or this is the decision loop, or the problem-solving loop. This is how I approach most problems in life. And I think, how many guys are coders, or sysadmin, or DevOps? You guys probably do the same thing in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This is how most people who kind of have a logical mind approach, problems. You identify a problem, You go ahead and you look for information on how to address it. Maybe you create some ideas. From there, you start to kind of brainstorm and figure out, what you need to do. You implement, you iterate. Rinse and repeat. Okay? And so this is kind of what I did when I was confronted with the challenge of providing technology for my kids. So again, I'm going to just talk about my latest project over at Rialto School District at Coursera Middle School. We were promised brand new computers in the spring of 2017, right? Those new systems were delivered about 10 days ago. Let me repeat that for emphasis. We were promised new systems in the spring of 2017, and we got those machines not even 2 weeks ago. Okay? However, we were charged with providing, certain supports to our students. We had a technology initiative that had certain benchmarks that we had to meet, and that was put in place in 2017. So, with that in mind, the science department was asked to incorporate technology into its curriculum. Okay? They were to teach physics using technology and animation and to make it engaging and all these wonderful things. We weren't provided any equipment to make that happen because we were promised that these things would be coming. So, again, we weren't given any new hardware and no software to make that happen. So with that in mind, the science teacher's name is James Gast, really good guy. He approaches me and he says, Sam, I hear you know a little bit about tech. I said, yes, sir. Do you think we can figure out a way to make this happen? I said, I'm pretty sure we can do something. So with that in mind, we found that the school district was in the process of getting rid of some old computers. Let me show you an example of what we had. These are Latitude 2120s. These are 32-bit computers. This little guy's about 14, 15 years old. It has a whopping 1 mega RAM. It's 32-bit processor. It has probably a little less power than this laptop has a little less power than, say, the cell phone in your pocket. Okay? You guys got more computing power on your cell phones than this laptop. Okay? Our challenge was to take 3 carts of these little laptops, which literally were going to be pushed out of the school and into a landfill, to repair these machines and to deal with the Windows operating system that was installed. We were told we really couldn't use that, and I had no desire to, obviously. But when we approached the IT department and said, hey, you guys got any funds maybe for, maybe just getting some parts so that we can piece together, these old laptops as a bridge solution until the new equipment comes? And they were like, nope, you guys can't get on the network. You can't ask for help. We don't have any money to help you. You are on your own. I said, fine, no problem. No problem at all. I got this. Okay? So, with that in mind, we decided we need to come up with a game plan. This was the targeted outcome. We wanted enough working computers for a classroom. We needed a minimum of 35 working systems. Okay? And we need the ability to run the following apps. We needed to run an Office suite. Okay? That would be something like LibreOffice. We needed to be able to run a media player. VLC was our choice. And then we needed some type of CAD or animation application. And this is where we kind of went round and round and round because we needed something that kids would like. And we needed something that was pretty easy for the science teacher to learn because he was going to be teaching the class. We settled on Blender. Anybody ever heard of Blender, the animation program? Okay? Can you imagine the headache and the hassle that I had to get Blender to work on a 32-bit box? I used to have a full head of hair. I used to be beautiful, I used to look just like Richard. See what happens? Anyway, so we kind of had our marching orders. We knew what we were targeting. We knew what the outcome was that we wanted to pursue. So we came up with a simple blueprint. We said, hey, all we got to do is we'll appropriate the computers slated for disposal. We were going to sacrifice a few machines because we needed parts obviously, okay? Because if you know anything about middle school kids, they tear things up for no reason. And once we sacrificed a certain number of machines, we decided, okay, from the 72, we can save 58. That left us about 14, maybe 15 machines for spares. Keyboards, you know, all the little bits and pieces, screws, cracked screens, all that came from those donor machines, okay? And then we had to identify an operating system that would support those particular laptops, okay? Then we had to get the apps installed, the OS and the apps installed, I should say. And then we had to fine tune the systems. We had to make sure that the video and sound drivers work. You guys know how that goes, right? So you figure, hey, what could go wrong? Easy peasy, right? No problem, right? Yeah. So at this point, we had to explore information and we had to create some ideas, because really the biggest challenge that we had, it really wasn't repairing the machines. That was pretty easy. You know, pulling apart one of these little guys probably took me all of maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Didn't have a manual, I just kind of figured it out. I mean, obviously most of you guys could probably do the same thing. These are relatively simple machines. This isn't the challenge so much, okay? We already knew what the limitations of the hardware were. So that was pretty straightforward. Our problem was choosing an operating system, okay? So initially, I knew that I would be looking for a 32-bit operating system. And so I just kind of brainstormed. And this is the initial list that I came up with. I looked at FreeBSD. Okay? Anybody knows Chris Moore over at TrueOS? He's a great guy. And he's always, you know, saying, hey, you know, show a little love to the BSDs, you know, that type of thing. I'm pretty sure Chris or somebody from the BSD community will be here. Good people, love them to death. Okay? FreeBSD is something I wanted to like. I want to like them. You know, it's kind of like, anybody ever go like to a family reunion and there's like this uncle that he's just a little different, smells like cheese. You want to like the guy, he's funny, but it's just like you don't feel that connection to him. That's kind of what the BSDs are to me. I have toyed with them and I like them a lot, okay? But I just couldn't get into it, and there is a limit in terms of the types of applications that make sense to run on those platforms, those 32-bit platforms. Same thing with NetBSD. NetBSD will run on a toaster, but it just seemed like a lot of work to make it work, okay? And then I got to my happy place, okay? I am a self-professed dev head. I love Debian, love it, always have, always will, okay? And so, you know, I thought Debian for ARM would work, you know, initially. The only problem that I had with Debian initially was, it wasn't the installs, the fact that, you know, their repositories, a lot of their packages are a little long in too. You know, we wanted the most current apps that we could get, or the most current iteration of the applications that we wanted to run. But I always kind of kept in the back of my mind, yeah, Debian will work, but let's see what else we can do. And so I looked at Debian's, what I call little brother, Raspbian. How many of you guys know about Raspbian? You know, it's an ARM-based processor, right? Obviously, this is not an ARM-based processor. This is x86. But at the time, Raspbian also came out with an x86 port. Most people didn't know. So I was like, cool, I'll install Raspbian and see what happens, okay? Because at that time, a lot of kids at the school where I worked, I had introduced the Raspberry Pi to a lot of those kids. In fact, I have pretty deep ties with the Raspberry Pi community in Riverside. And I participated in multiple Pi jams and, you know, done a lot of cool things. So the kids were already kind of accustomed to that desktop interface. And so I said, you know what, I can make this box look like a Raspberry Pi. Why not? So initially, that's the route we went. We went ahead and we installed Raspbian, and it was a pretty, you know, uneventful install. But it's still Debian, right? The interface was pretty. I could run Synaptic on it for system updates, train a kid to do that, right? I could get packages that were relatively current. The version of Blender that we had at the time was version 2.68, which was functional. It worked. So the 58 machines, we put Raspbian on them, and, you know, we felt pretty good about our choice, right? We had a functional lab, 58 computers, right, in those little carts. We also made one cart available as a rover to other classes so that those kids could do word processing, because again, our systems were banned from the network. okay? When I had to do updates, that type of thing, I just took out, you know, my portable connection to the internet, right? Hotspot it, and I would, app get, update, whatever I needed to do, or download applications as I needed to. I didn't have the capacity to use something like Ansible because it was just too much hassle, and to be honest with you, I really had to tweak the individual devices to get the most out of each machine, okay? So Raspbian initially was the choice, and it worked okay for a while. And initially, these were the benefits to Raspbian. It was an easy install, friendly GUI, based in Debian, yay me. Easy package management, because again, I'm a Synaptic guy. You could use Aptitude, you could go to the command line and use app if you wanted to. And it was an x86 port. It ticked all the boxes, right? But here's the thing. You know, you always are on the lookout for something a little bit better, something that would give you some more options. And the reason was because the downsides to Raspbian was the fact that the packages, again, not the most current, and it's tied to 32-bit Debian. Now, the downside to that is that, to my knowledge, and maybe I'm wrong, after version 8, Debian officially is not supporting 32-bit. So you get to version 8 of, Debian, that's pretty much it. So my guess would be that unless the Raspbian team decides to take over and to continue that I could expect that I'm not going to get the most up-to-date operating system out of Raspbian, given the fact that it's tied to Debian ARM. Okay? And so in the back of my mind, I started to think in terms of how long do I need these systems to run? Because they're already old. I figure the best case scenario is I could probably get another 2 or 3 years of use out of them, since I have a limited use case for these particular machines, and we could look forward to getting newer equipment. But I had to keep these boxes going for at least a year, 2, maybe 3 years tops. So I wasn't too concerned about the operating getting too, long in the tooth. I just needed the apps to work, okay? And so in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, I need to make sure that at least I can run these apps, an Office Suite, I needed Blender, at least version 2.68, and VLC, because we actually had some tutorials in video form that the students were using in order to move through the curriculum at their own pace, okay? So, given the fact I was a little worried about the software being a little long in tooth, I went to where most of you guys go. I went to DistroWatch. How many of you guys use DistroWatch? It's my guilty pleasure. Sometimes I'm at work and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I wonder what's going on in DistroWatch. So I go over there real quick and I'm like, ooh, something new, right? And I mean, I was a distro whore. I'm not going to kid you. I was a distro whore, right? I have one box and all I use it for is testing new operating systems. Now, here's the thing. If you use an operating system that's based on Red Hat or Debian, the flavors, sometimes it's, ooh, I like this desktop environment. I like the way that they tweak this or they tweak that. But at the end of the day, I kind of knew that whatever operating system that I would try to upgrade these systems to, it was probably going to be Debian-based or Ubuntu-based. I already kind of knew. So, having visited DistroWatch, I came up with a couple of different options. Okay? Oops. Let me go back. Here we go. So, I looked at these options. I looked at Lubuntu. Okay? And we have a Lubuntu person up front. And you guys are going to have an opportunity to hear more about the wonderful things that are going on with that particular project. There's Mate, which is a great desktop environment, okay? Or Mate, some people would say Mate, I think it's Mate, right? For those who drink their tea with their pinkies up. And then there's Xubuntu, which is a good operating system as well. And so when I looked at these particular options, and I played with all of them, I decided that I would pick Ubuntu. And the reason that I picked Ubuntu was pretty simple. It was a 32-bit build, right? So I knew it would run on my machines. The version at the time that I think I installed was, I want to say 1610, I believe. Currently, I think 1710 is available now, but I know that Ubuntu kind of like follows, for the most part, it kind of mirrors the mainline Ubuntu OS, even though that's 64-bit. But you got the support and the updates. And that was important to me because, you know, even though that these machines weren't going to be expected to last more than 2 years or so, I still wanted the comfort of knowing that the packages that I was pulling down from those repositories were going to be maintained and upgraded. So it was kind of a comfort to me, okay? So I knew that the repositories were going to be maintained. I had a 32-bit build. The driver support was essential because with older machines, you know, you have to make sure that things work, you know, like the video works. You know, you have to make sure that sound works. You know, when a kid plugs into that particular device, especially a 12 or 13-year-old, they have the patience of a gnat. And the first thing is, Dr. Coleman, it doesn't work, it sucks. And I'm like, come on, son, just calm down, you know what I mean? Just calm down. So again, that was kind of important for my own sanity, okay? So again, the driver support, the OS updates are important, tracks mainline Ubuntu, and it has a modern and polished look to the desktop. And I'm gonna tell you something. Most people have argued with me and said, well, hey, you could have went with Ubuntu, but you know, Ubuntu's okay. But you know, kids just couldn't get into that little mouse on the desktop. They just couldn't get into it. And I mean, I know it sounds silly, but looks are kind of important. You know, people want to feel like they have a modern, sleek, updated, you know, desktop experience. And so it's important. It was important for the kids. It was important for the instructor who was running the course. So I said, okay, no problem. So we went with the Ubuntu. So I've pretty much finished my presentation as far as how we made this thing, you know, come about. For many of you guys, if you have the mind to do something along these lines, maybe your kid attends a school where the technology is a little suspect. I would encourage you, whether you're going to do this for a school or a nonprofit organization, take it on. Provide these opportunities for our kids. It's important. It's important simply because many kids who have great minds will never get the opportunity to access technology through no fault of their own. Sometimes it's a situation where maybe a school district doesn't have a strategic plan or an IT plan. It could be because maybe they had the best of intentions and maybe funding fell through for whatever reason, okay? If you can reach out and help a school or a nonprofit organization, you know, maybe you got a dozen computers, you know, for those who are business owners, and maybe you're getting ready to get rid of those old i5 machines, and you want to donate them and do something purposeful, you know, find a club, find a computer club, find a school, find a nonprofit organization, you know, partner with them and say, hey, you know what, I'd like to donate these particular machines. Tell me about your needs. Formulate a plan and get those machines into the hands of kids who can do something purposeful with them. Okay? Again, I don't want to prattle on. You guys probably have much better things to do. But what I have here now, I always make a little ask me anything time. If you guys got questions or concerns or anything, feel free to ask at this time. If you can't think of anything you'd like to know, that's my email address, drsamuelcoleman@gmail.com. That's my cell number. Okay? Feel free to call me if you have questions or concerns. People have asked me to participate in a variety of projects, and a lot of times I'm more than happy to do that. So that's the presentation. I think we've got a couple minutes left. If anybody has any questions or concerns, raise your hand at this time. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I used to do the same type of thing for the rescue mission, helping the homeless. Only I had a mobile lab. So how do you find a place? Mobile's okay, but it doesn't, really work all that well, as you well know, for setting stuff up. How do you find a location for a building? Do the schools lease out, or what would you recommend?
That's a good question, and it kind of goes to your situation, but I'll give you some ideas about things I've done in the past. Now, early on, I used my garage, and there was a time when I had maybe like 60 PCs that I was repurposing, and I had a group of students that I would pick them up, and on the weekends we would be in there, and I'd buy pizza and Coca-Cola. and you got a bunch of teenagers wrenching on these old boxes and whatnot. And in an effort to stay married, I decided that I was told by the boss, 24 years in, I was told by the boss that she said, hey, love you. I said, love you too, honey. She says, you want to stay married? Yes, dear. She said, you need to find a place to take this crap so I can park my car in the garage. So, I would say this, if you have a very understanding spouse, then maybe you can make it work by storing the equipment there. The other option would be this. There's a few. If you partner with a nonprofit organization, sometimes they'll actually have storage space that they can allow you to store equipment. Really, you need two things. You need a place to store equipment, but you need a place to work on it, which means you're going to need at least a small room with access to power and the web, ideally, you know? Sometimes you have to kind of do things in piecemeal, and it depends on the scale or the number of systems that you're going to be repurposing. When I started, I was doing like 5, 10 boxes at a time, so I could bring some things home, do a little work on them, stick them back in my van, take them and drop them off to where they needed to go, okay? At one time, I had a project called the PC Reclamation Project, and I did that over the course of a couple of summers. We repurposed close to 300 and just under 400 machines. And so I had the help of 7 student volunteers, and I was proud to say that these kids really worked hard. But it became a logistical nightmare because people who wanted to donate equipment, we literally had to tell them, okay, we can pick up your equipment in a week or 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out. So there's a couple ways you can do it. If you are partnering with an organization that has space, just ask if they can, provide you a closet to store the equipment. If you're going to be doing the work on premises, then you're going to need something like locking file cabinets, because if you, let's say, tear apart a machine, you got motherboards, you got power supplies, you got cases, you'll need a place to secure that. If you're doing it out of your garage and your spouse is understanding, that could work. I don't advise it. The other option would be simply to enlist those individuals who are partnering with you and providing the labor, so to speak. Ask them if they would be willing to store 5 or 6 machines. You may have to be centralized. The worst case scenario, if you don't mind ponying up 30 or 40 or 50 bucks a month, is to use public storage, and I've done that too. And that can become, that can get expensive. Yeah. So it really just depends on the scale of the project, how many machines you want to repurpose, and the flexibility of those people that you're working with. So, questions? Yes, sir.
I have 2 questions, if you don't mind. I'll just ask them and you can answer them at your leisure. First of all, what's next in the life of these 32-bit latitudes that you have? And then the second question is, in addition to learning about these applications that are free and open source software, obviously, what else did the students learn, if anything, in regards to open source and Linux and the like?
Okay, I'm going to answer the second question first. As far as what the students learned, one of the things that we were really focusing in on was the technology. We had a technology plan, a district technology plan. And it was basically each site had to kind of decide what they wanted to pursue. The science department wanted to integrate technology to teach certain things within the curriculum. So we just happened to pick Blender because it had animation and elements of physics and that type of thing. So the kids were exposed to that particular application. But in reality, the platform became less important because the kids were running the app. And I think for a lot of people, operating systems are like plumbing. Nobody cares to see it. Nobody cares, as long as it functions, it should just kind of disappear into the background. So one of the things that I've done as I've worked with students at my school, we'll do presentations where we'll talk about open source software. We'll talk about the history of it. We'll bring in things like Raspberry Pi computers and maybe x86 systems and say, hey, these are the wonderful things that are available to you. And so the kids that I've worked with, it was about 150 of them, got a little taste of what open source was and how it impacts them. And so it's just something to expose them. That was really the idea. Now, with regards to your first question, the 32-bit machine, so to speak, I am of the opinion that those machines should be treated like old Volkswagens. You keep patching them together until it's just not viable to do anymore. It doesn't cost the school districts anything to keep those things going. I think really in a perfect world, I think that there should be a blend between systems that are controlled at the local level and what I call the consumptive devices like, Chromebooks or iPads or whatever that provide, a certain function. The problem that I'm seeing in technology and education is that the IT departments are making decisions based on what's easy for them to maintain and monitor. And the thing is that for many of you, or at least maybe some of the more seasoned individuals here, when you thought about maybe your experiences when you first discovered computing, maybe you had an old Heath kit that you put together. Or maybe you had an old Commodore 64 with the cassette drive, right? Anybody remember those? Anybody still got theirs? I still got mine. I got a 1541 drive. So, but here's the thing. Back then, we weren't just consumers of content. We were interested in using Byte magazine and typing in those programs so we could learn how to code. We were producers, right? I think that IT departments in schools unknowingly are creating consumers of technology. But these kids aren't creating anything. They're not learning coding. Maybe they're learning Scratch, which I have problems with, but that's another question, another concern. So I think that for many of our kids, they're learning to consume content. I think with those old 32-bit machines, some of these kids got a chance to create content because we put Python IDEs on those systems. So some kids got exposed to, I can program, right? Those opportunities aren't as easy to make available on a Chromebook. Not to say it's impossible, but the IT departments are thinking, you know what? We don't want these kids to have too much access to these machines because it's going to create a headache for us. So the thing is, the interest of the IT department and what we're trying to accomplish as teachers and as parents is diametrically opposed. IT departments want control. Teachers want the ability to enhance learning and to create opportunity and to spark a kid's intellectual curiosity. And so this is one of the reasons why, me personally, I want those 32-bit machines to continue to be available because I can say, hey, little Johnny, experiment with this. And if he tears it up, so what? Right? Like I said, the worst case scenario is this little kid, little Johnny or little Martha, they might learn something. Hope I answered your question. Yes, sir.
Actually, I've got a similar story. Up in high school, I was in the special ed department, and the IT department considered us a fifth world country. They wanted nothing to do with us.
Brother, you need to come up here.
They would give us no computer equipment. They would give us no technical support whatsoever. We were running Apple IIs when everyone else had Windows XP. So one of my jobs was we got donations from large corporations in the area, Harbor Freight, Agromin, etc. But these machines were old 486s or barely Pentiums. And my job was to install a operating system with a word processor and have the ability to transfer documents from that machine to a printer or to another computer where it could be printed. And that was my job from 2002 to 2004. So it's a similar thing. I ended up having to jump and figure out what operating system would be the best. And I ended up choosing damn small Linux at that time.
Oh, I got you one better than DSL. Tiny Core.
Tiny Core didn't exist then.
Yeah.
This was before the damn small Linux and Tiny Core split.
Yeah, I played with damn small Linux. It was really good OS. I enjoyed it.
So
because it's really Debian based.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up this story because it's something that does happen. The Linux Chicks LA chapter does this. They take old computers and they set them up in schools in third world countries as well. So,
thank you. Questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. Any other questions? We have one more.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if you think about you found that you only had 1 gig of RAM,
actually, and that's a good question. Now, here's the thing. There were OSs that were older that ran better, but here's the dance. The older the operating system, the less likely you were going to get support, updates, patches, that type of thing. And the other piece of it is that the repositories that those operating systems could access, they're going to have old software that they can't really, address our specific need. So you kind of had to weigh it in the balance. I wanted the most current operating system that I could with the most current applications that I could run, but also keeping in mind that I had limitations in this hardware. Because just because you can meet the hardware specs doesn't mean that that's going to be the optimal experience. So it always required me to always go back to DistroWatch and say, okay, let me try this one, let me try that one. So I'm always in a constant testing state to see, how can I eat every little cycle out of this little processor? Because again, I only had about as much processing power as the cell phones in your pocket. So yeah, hope that answers your question. Uh-oh, is that me? Yep. Uh-oh. All right, I don't need this anymore, I don't think. Any other questions, guys? Sir. Yeah. Okay, so the question was, he was saying, what do you do when you have old hardware and, you're at a point where that hardware is just, so antiquated. This is the reason why I love DistroWatch. DistroWatch is a huge resource for me because you can actually do a specific search for operating systems that are optimized for old hardware. I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, that someone says, hey, Coleman, I have 1046 DX100s. And this actually happened. Yeah. I have a couple of options to make those systems work, depending on my use case. Okay? My use case dictates how I'm going to use those machines and if they're viable or not. So if all I really want to do is do word processing on those, I could take the hard drives out, configure a USB thumb drive, and I could use something like portable apps on that box if I really wanted to, right? If I'm really wanting to be a masochist, I could probably do something like, I don't know, what's that guy, Patrick Voger? What's that old operating system by that guy Patrick? Ooh, don't even say it. Yeah, I could run Slackware or Slacks or something like that on an old box like that if I really wanted to. So there's options. Everything is use case. Think of an old computer the same way you think of an old car, okay? If you got an old Volkswagen Bug 1966, sure, you probably don't want to drive it from here to New York, but could you get back and forth to work in it? Probably. Is it going to be a little bit of a pain to adjust those valves? Probably. But if someone gave you the keys to it, you probably wouldn't take it to the crusher because, again, with some elbow grease and, the idiot's guide to repairing VWs, you could probably figure out a way to make it useful. And so, again, I would caution anybody, before you throw out a perfectly working computer, think of a use case that makes sense, go to DistroWatch, do your research, and do a little testing to see if it makes sense. Because like I said, maybe that poor kid next door would see that as the world's greatest tool, and it might put this little girl or little boy on the path to become the world's greatest coder. You never know. Any other questions, guys?
Real quick, what do you see as the biggest need in the computing? Programming? What do you think is the biggest?
We just need to expose kids to technology. And I mean, not just to consumptive devices. We need to expose kids to technology. And what I mean by that is say, hey, look at some of the cool things that we can make. That's the problem. When I was a kid, I was curious about things. I took things apart. I read books. I made stuff. I think one of the worst things was that a lot of public schools, they took wood shop and metal shop and auto shop out of the schools. Kids don't have the opportunity to get their hands dirty like they once did. And the nice part is that with technology, you don't have to have grease under your fingernails. It's pretty clean, pretty clean thing. So I think that it's important that we just expose kids to technology in meaningful ways. Show them that they can make things, that they can tear things apart. Give them an opportunity to really interact with the technology rather than just consume content on a platform. If you guys have any other questions, I'll be around. Feel free to, just pull me to the side. Anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. It's nice that we had Dr. Coleman with us today. We like to have at least one story for education with every UbiCon, and you came through very nicely. Thank you for that. We have a 30-minute break, after which we come back here, and Dr. Hans will be talking about software management for Debian and Ubuntu. So we'll see you at 11:30.
I'm gonna call you.
All right, like I said, man, if you need me, just ring me up. You got the cell.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Mic check 1 2.
checksums on those packages, security checksums on here, and I like that we have multiple, so we can go check. If you're uncertain about it, you could go by hand. One-line description, command line package manager, but you also get a more extended thing. So when you do an APT cache search and you search for a package, you get the one-liner, right? And then when you say APT cache show me the information for this, you get the full version of it. So you can get multiple information. Both do a good job of providing them in multiple languages. You'll see package, depending on what you're set up. My packages usually come up in German description, and so keep that in mind as well. And then I like that we have a description MD5. Now MD5, we only have one, and we only have an MD5. We don't have a SHA-1, SHA-256. Do we need to worry about security on the description? Nah, it's a bunch of text, right? But the cool thing on this for me is that I think this is done for translators, is they don't have to go through and look and go, did it change? They can just check the MD5. Is there a new MD5 for that description? If there is, let's go do a diff and see if I need to go through and update the description in my language, right? So you've got this way of double checking inside, which it's not really that useful for us end users, but I think it's awesome. Task, we'll talk about tasks a little bit. Build essential, and then supported. I like the fact that the package shows you what the support is for that particular package. All right. So let's talk about some different tools. I'm not going to go through all these. Any one of these could possibly take an entire day or entire session here. But if you're using bash as your shell, you can type apt tab, and it will show you a list of possible commands that could go through and complete that. So apt-add-repository, apt-url-gtk, those are all commands that start with apt. So as you're getting to learn more about Ubuntu and Debian, do this once in a while and pick a new tool that you're not familiar with that looks like it might be of interest, and go look at the man page. Go search for it and see if you can find some online documentation on how to use it. All right, I will bring up a couple as we go through in examples. Also, once you're kind of familiar with your APT stuff, also do a dpackage tab, dpkg, Debian package. And there's a whole lot of, again, useful tools under the hood. And there's a ton that don't fit those two patterns, but this will give you plenty of entertainment for a while, when you're getting to learn things about stuff. One of the things I really, really love about dpackage is that I've been using Ubuntu or Debian and Ubuntu for 20 years, so since before Ubuntu existed, and I have not needed to learn that much about dpackage. It can be very arcane. It's an awesome tool, does some great stuff, but APT has done a fantastic job and hidden a lot of that complexity. If I was maintaining packages, I would probably have to get very familiar with a lot of these things. But as just a sysadmin, as an end user, as an occasional developer, a lot of that is hidden from me, and it's awesome. There are a couple of depackaged things that I'll bring up that are kind of useful. So doing upgrades, fairly easy. You do a sudo. I'll cover sudo later on, but sudo is to change user. So as your normal user, you don't have authority to go through and add new packages to your system. So you do a sudo apt update, which says go get a new version of what the available packages are. So this is getting all the package lists. I mentioned the security repo and the updates repo and the main repo. So it goes and grabs those lists so that you can find out what packages are available on the repositories today. If you stay with LTS, they don't change all that much, you're fine. If you're using SID, what was available yesterday might not be available today because it really broke things and people yelled and it got removed, right? So do an update, before you do anything else in most cases. And then you've got a sudo apt full-upgrade. Now this is replacing what we used to call dist-upgrade. Both still work. I don't know if dist-upgrade is going to go away because a lot of us have got finger macros. My fingers just type that and I don't even think about it. But full upgrade, they wanted to change the name of it because it made it a little bit more obvious what it is. And I'll get to that when I talk about upgrade, the next thing. So we have upgrade and we have full upgrade. What's the difference? So upgrade will only grab new packages. So let's say that, again, going back to foo, I have package foo installed. There's a new version of foo that has been split out so that the libraries are in a separate package. So I now have foo and foo lib, and I need to install both of those in order to have package foo. If I do an upgrade, it won't upgrade, it won't update that because it won't install the new package foo lib. It will only grab a standalone foo. So you're only updating things that don't have dependencies for something you don't already have installed. It is useful in occasions, I'm glad that they still have it, but for the most part, what we'll use is the full upgrade, and that says grab all the new stuff related to the things I already have installed, right? It won't go, if you've never installed foo, it's not going to just go, hey, I think you should try a package foo. Let's go through and add that, right? I'm certain we can create a command line tool that will add that type of stuff, but it's not built in, right? So, but what it'll do is say, okay, you've got foo. Now foo is dependent on this foo lib that's been split out. I'll grab both of those in order to do the updates. Same thing for Apache and any other package that you've got installed. So it'll get all those dependencies from all the different repos that you've got it configured. Now, this is about Ubuntu. There is one thing that Red Hat does better, and this is like one of the few things I will say. I'm definitely a Debian fan. Red Hat makes it easier to enable and disable different repositories. It's very simple to do that on the command line. In Debian land, that is not so simple. So you need this really long string. Please don't try to write it down. Go grab it from the slides or from one of my blog posts. And what this does is says, put your security updates in one file. So I move security out of the main file and put it in a new file, and then comment it out so you don't have it in both places. And then on the command line, disable all the other repositories, disable everything, disable this and disable that, including things I didn't even know that you needed to disable. And then go ahead and add the security thing back in. But what this allows me to do is to do an APT full upgrade and only get security updates. So if some package has been changed and I'm like getting ready to do a presentation, you guys saw I want the thing to work, and it's bad when it doesn't. So I try not to change things that I don't absolutely necessarily need to change. Same thing for my production environments, right? They go through and change the man page. I don't care. I don't care if I have the old man page in my production environment, right? In fact, I probably don't have man pages in my production environment. So this allows me to just see the things that have security release issues, and that also allows me to see a smaller list. So for years and years, I was getting updates, security updates for X drivers for hardware I didn't have. They were updating the whatever chip driver, and then my laptop doesn't have that chip. I don't need to worry about that security problem, right? So I didn't need to go through and make those changes. I like to be able to control that, but I have to admit, Debian makes it a little bit difficult. All right, release upgrade. So you've got, let's say you're running 1604 and you want to move to 1804. Actually, let me change that because I forgot to change the order in the slides. So let's say you're running stable, and testing is frozen right now, and testing releases. Let's say testing releases Monday, and you want to update, right? Don't update while you're here. You should be enjoying SCaLE. But let's say you want to update Monday. You got home. You're like, oh, this is so cool. Let's go through and move to that. You go through and do a full upgrade, and it doesn't upgrade to the new version. Debian will stay with the version you've got in there, so you need to go through and change your sources.list files and say, okay, now I want to move to, I forget which we're at, to the next version, and then do your APT update and your APT full upgrade, and that will get you the new version of it. For Ubuntu, they have a cool tool called do-release-upgrade. It's in the update Ubuntu Release Upgrader Core package. It's not installed by default, and it's not an obvious package name for the tool that you want. So I put both of them in here. Do the release upgrade. We'll then go through and take care of all that stuff for you and go through and do the upgrade. It also asks you multiple times, are you sure this will take multiple hours? It'll use up a bunch of your bandwidth and a bunch of your space. Do you really want to do this? And I believe by default, I forgot to double check, when the first version of a new LTS comes out, they don't default to getting the new version of it. They wait until for a 0.1 release. You can override that. And it also won't default by default from LTS show you the short-term releases. So when the testing comes out right here now and becomes the new short-term release, it won't automatically say, hey, let's go through and upgrade to the short-term release. You actually have to override a couple things to do that. Again, look at the documentation. Simple package install. I've been talking about them. Like, how do we get them? So an apt install and then the package name. Again, we need the sudo to get root privileges. And then if you didn't want all those recommendations, right? So one of my favorite tools is SCiDoc. That's what I wrote this presentation in, and I convert it to other things. I mentioned it to a friend of mine, and he's like, oh, I'm going to try this out. He went through to apt install SCiDoc, and it proceeded to want to install 14 trillibytes of things, right? It's got all kinds of dependencies and recommendations for different stuff. Well, if you're not wanting to convert from SCiDoc to some VAX man page, you don't need the VAX man page script. Right? So if you just do a no install recommend, suddenly it just installs SCiDoc and a few other tools instead of going through and doubling the size of your. It's not that bad, but it's a lot for a small tool. So that's one way of changing what you're doing. You can also change your configuration overall. I mentioned searching, so apt cache search, web server, apt cache search, browser, whatever, things like that. So you can use keywords to do that. As you get more familiar with the packaging system, you'll find better keywords that work. Package info, apt cache show. That's how you get the package info, the long show, the piece that I showed earlier. And then removing packages. So you install the package and you decide you don't want it anymore, just because you don't use it and you want to free up space, or it pissed you off and you want it to go away, or you were experimenting, you're done with the experiment, it's time to go. So apt cache remove, or apt remove, will go through and remove the package, but doesn't remove your local configuration or your local data. So let's say you do apt remove MySQL server. It will go through and remove the software for MySQL, but it won't remove your configuration file, and it won't remove your database files. So that you can do it. One of the reasons is you might need to apt remove occasionally so you can install the new version because there's some conflicts and stuff like that, right? So you can remove it and still update. Or for instance, perhaps you're moving from the MySQL package to the MariaDB package or the Pacona package. So you can safely do that and keep your old data. But if you're like, I'm trying to save space and it's using up way too much var, then you can do an apt purge, and that will go through and remove most of that data. If you're doing that, you might also want to make sure you know where that temporary data is done, and you can do an audit to make sure you've gotten rid of all the data that you wanted to really get rid of. You also will see sometimes this prompt. It says, hey, you've got something that was installed automatically that you don't need anymore. So let's say, for instance, I had done that foo update that now required foo lib, and I'm done with foo, and I apt remove foo, apt purge foo, right, and get rid of it. Well, that doesn't automatically get rid of foo lib. Foo lib will still be installed, but I didn't tell the system to install foo lib. The system just noticed I needed foo lib and nicely went through and installed it for me, right? So the apt auto remove is a way of saying, oh, hey, here's the stuff that you've still got installed, but the things that required them aren't installed anymore. You got rid of those, so you don't need these anymore either. And that's what happened here, libhunspell, whatever that is. The system noticed that whatever tool had required this particular version, it still had libhunspell, it's just a different version. I don't need this anymore. I can run apt auto remove in order to get that. Now, can I just run apt auto remove? No, I need root privileges, so I need sudo apt auto remove. All right, APT cache search package. Oh, and to install a specific version. So inside that, the information for the package, one of the things I pointed out is you get the version. Sometimes you need a specific version for some reason, and this is a way of doing that. Find out which package has that version, and then you can do apt install the package name, the equal sign, and then the version number that you're wanting to get. So if I wanted to go back to getting libhunspell -1.4.0, I could get the version and add that in there. All right? So here's an example of that. So I had a couple different versions of Firefox. I did an apt install and said, okay, go grab this particular version. The package system gave me a notice, hey, by the way, you're installing an older version, your package will now be downgraded. That might be why you're doing this, right? The new version broke something, and you need to go through. ESR actually Firefox is an example of that, where they moved to the new WebExtends add-ons, and I wasn't ready for that. I just went through and figured out how to get done what I wanted to get done and moved up. But I could have said, okay, install the old version of Firefox instead, so I can continue using add-ons, and I will get to the new stuff later on when I have time. All right, it is also possible to both install and uninstall at the same time. So here we can have the minus says to go through and uninstall, and the plus says to install. So you put a minus after the package name to uninstall, and a plus after the package name in order to install. So there's a way of doing this on the command line. In the decades I've been doing this, I've only needed to do this a couple times. And the last time, I think I needed to do it once in the last 5 years, and I'm pretty certain it was my own fault. 15 years ago, we needed to do this once in a while. But depends and recommends and stuff have gotten much better testing, so that I haven't heard of this coming up in the wild in a long time. On Debian, we'll talk about come talk to me afterwards, and we'll talk about other packaging systems really needing that tool. All right. And then to reinstall, apt-get makes that easy. There's a command line switch for it. apt does not have the command line switch for it, so you have to add a whole bunch of stuff if you want to go through and reinstall. Now, why would you want to reinstall? For the most part, you don't. But occasionally, you want to reset the configuration file, or the install didn't go right, or you ran out of space during the install and things are kind of higgledy-piggledy. This is a way of doing it. Again, I haven't run into this in the wild in a long time, because generally other things break first and it gets taken care of. Now, also, there are tasks. If you remember back on the package information, it mentioned what task apt was in. So you can go through and choose different tasks. For the most part, we don't look at these, but there are certain things that are kind of useful. If you want to install a mail server, they make it fairly easy to go through and get a mail server and some associated packages. Installing the OpenSSH server, some different things. So look at TaskCell and see if there's anything that looks interesting for you. There are 2 or 3 that I use on a. Actually, I think I use every time. I've got it baked into a script, so I don't look at it. Things in the file system. So Etsy apt sources.list is your main file that lists where you're going to get your packages. That's where your repos are listed. There's also a sources.list.d. So that's where I put my security stuff, right? I put it in sources.list.d and pull it out of sources.list. There's also Etsy aptconf.d, which is where you can make configuration changes to your system. And I point out a specific one that was necessary recently, or useful. You could add this on the command line, but you can also just go through and add it to a file. And what happened is, I mentioned, because we have signatures on our packages, we don't need to worry about downloading them securely. Well, it turns out there was a bug in apt that allowed somebody to go through and cause a man-in-the-middle problem. And so we needed to, in order to get some updates, to turn off that particular feature long enough to get the fix. Because if you just used apt updates before you got the update, you could get the man-in-the-middle problem. So I went through and just added this to all of my systems, so that every apt update I get for a while will automatically have this fix in place. And that way, if somebody goes, oh, now that I thought that you could do that, here's this other way of doing it. Oh, and here's this other way of doing it. We'll get the updates in there for a while, and then sometime this summer I'll remove that file. All right, configuration files. One big thing about configuration files is that, or two things. It's where your local stuff is. Debian tries to ship with default configuration files that make sense. So if you install a mail server, you get a mail server that comes up and running. If you get install a web server, same thing, that by default it just works out of the box. And then they have a very strong thing about don't change another package's configuration files. All right, so Debian configuration file requirements, preserve local changes. So if local sysadmin has made a change, the local owner of the box has made a change, don't change it out from underneath them without permission. Preserve the configuration files on removal, delete if they're purged. So these are different things that they have on there. The last one is, like I say, is really important. Don't touch another package's configuration files. They default to something generally useful. Now, one of the things they can do, though, is if they say, oh, the configuration in the file in this new package, new version, has changed, what do you want to do about it? Right? If you do automatic installs, it just defaults to don't change it. But if you're installing where you're looking at it manually, you can go through and say yes, no. You can go through and look at what the differences are. That gives you several different options within the tool. If you're installing automatically, so it can't ask you those questions, it will go through and drop the new versions inside Etsy. So this is a command line to go through and find out what some of those are, so you can see if there's packages where you want to go through and address configuration changes that have taken place. There's also a thing called pinning, where let's say that for Firefox, that example, I didn't want to move the new version of Firefox. I could go pin that version and say, this is the version I want to keep installed until the time I'm ready to change things. So it doesn't matter how many new versions of Firefox come out, I'm sticking with the version I've got installed. And so we can use pinning on that. Again, pinning can be an entire talk because of dependencies and stuff, so I'm not going to go over it. These are tools that you can use for it. Again, grab my slides afterwards. They will be online. All right, sudo apt mark hold. This is another way of doing that. That's saying just keep this version of this package of this particular version. So I could also do that and say, okay, for Firefox, whatever version, I'm going to put Firefox on hold so it won't get updated if new versions comes out. Different way of doing the same type of thing. Pinning is also good, I forgot to mention, for repositories. So for instance, if you've gone through and you need to pull something from testing, you can go through and use pinning to make sure the stable is where you normally get stuff from, and you only get things from testing if you specifically ask for it. All right. Replicating installs. So dpackage -- get selections will tell you what packages you have installed. And if you pipe that to set selections on a different box, that will set the selections you're going to go through and get. I don't give you the full command line to go through and do all that because I want you to go learn a little bit more about how this works before you go through and replicate it stuff. So they've got those. Dpackage -L lists what you've got in there. And there's also a tool called apt clone. I've never used it, but it looks like it would be useful as well. Fixing Borkitudes. So occasionally we have packaging problems. Occasionally we have issues. The main ones I run into is when I run out of space, especially if I've got too many kernels involved and stuff like that. So apt -fix broken install is a way of saying go through and do an install, an apt install, but fix the things that are broken. And you might also need to do a dpackage -reconfigure -a to go through and reconfigure things. Now let's say you find a file on your file system and you're like, I don't know what this is from, right? It's in var lib something or another, but what's do release upgrade? How did I find what package do release upgrade is in? Well, I used a dpackage -S and then do underbar release underbar upgrade, and it told me what package it came from. So this is a way of searching for what package owns a particular file. If it's a dynamic file, like configuration files, some of them get created by scripts. Those aren't going to be listed from dpackage -S, but like your var lib files, those should all be able to come back with a result. And then dpackage -L will list the files in the package name. So if you do package dash capital L APT, it'll show you all the files that the APT package installed. All right, snaps. I promised I would talk about snaps as well. So snaps are somewhat distribution neutral, and I say somewhat because Canonical and Ubuntu went through and created them and enabled them inside of Ubuntu, and they've also worked with developers with Red Hat and other distributions to get support, but from everything I've seen, they haven't like really actually worked with Red Hat. They've just worked with people who work on Red Hat. And they've done some of the work to make them, to keep them supported, but it's mostly an Ubuntu thing at this time, right? One of the features you get with that is automatic updates. So the new version of, if you're using the Firefox snap, the Nextcloud snap, I see those things up all the time, then the new version comes out, you automatically get the new version. I think it defaults to like 4 times a day, it checks for new versions, and they'll go through and install those for you. They're easier for developers because developers don't have to learn about how Debian does stuff, and how Ubuntu does stuff, and how Red Hat does stuff, and how Mate does stuff, and what's the difference between Debian and Ubuntu, and the difference between Red Hat and Fedora and all that. So they just have this one thing. So it does make it a little bit easier for developers. They're also self-contained, and they're containerized-ish. So the snaps are trying to put things in a container. They're not, we're having container days for the next couple days where you're going to learn about, Kubernetes and LXC and things like that, where you're making actual containers. They're not doing that, but they are putting in security rules and some other things such that the snap package can't change files from other packages. So they are locking them down a little bit. Actually, not more than a little bit. They're locking them down fairly well, but it is not a fully isolated system. And they're really good for like IoT, Internet of Things, kiosk, fun, kiosks, things like that, things that aren't going to change. What they're not good for, and that one's still in the room. All right. So what they're not good for, sorry. What they're not good for are systems that production, right? You don't want things that you don't want to change without you saying that you're going to change. So one of the problems they have is they are automatic. They will go through and do automatic updates, and you don't have a choice about that. So I found a post about a guy that does firewall rules. That's what his package does. You don't want to reset your firewalls every time he comes out with a new version of it. You want to reset your firewall when you're ready to reset your firewall. All right. And I had a couple other slides about snaps that we're just not going to be able to get to, and it's about out of time. So I did want, the slides will be available online, and we usually link to them from the SCaLE site. But I did want to specifically thank Brian and Richard because they asked for this talk. So Richard asked me to do a talk for UbuCon. I appreciate that. And had been asking me to do some Ubuntu-based materials for a while. And Brian had specifically asked about some of the other more esoteric tools and things that you don't see. And because of my power outage, I won't get to the tool he specifically wanted me to ask about or talk about, which is dpackage divert. I will go ahead and bring that up. So dpackage divert is a tool he uses, and one of the things about that is you can, when you install the package, instead of installing it at the normal place, you can tell it to install somewhere else. And so that if you get another package update, it won't wipe out what you've got in place. And in his particular case, he then created a wrapper that would then call the other tool. So he's like, I want to call this tool, but I want it to always have this configuration file, this configuration option. So he did a dpackage divert to put the tool elsewhere, and then created a wrapper script that would always call that tool with that configuration option. All right. Do we have any questions other than, are there more ways a presentation can go bad today? Yes, sir.
Before you take questions, if I may, we are, because of technical difficulties, all have to do with it. We're a few minutes into what is customarily the lunch break.
Yeah.
Happy to stay for as long as you have questions. Just tell the flight you can see that, and you'll be here.
Yeah, okay. I'll be here for a while. Yeah. So.
I just wanted to make sure we all knew that we got the lunch break happening, but let's keep a good time going. So, any questions here?
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Uh, I've seen that, but I've never looked at Wadget, so I'll take your questions in reverse and see if I can remember all of them. So the WAGIT I've never looked at. I have seen references to it, but I haven't looked at it. For the examples, yes, I heartily agree. One of my favorite tools is ProcMail. Aside from if I could just get ProcMail and grep for everything, my life would be fantastic. But one of the things I love about ProcMail is it has a ProcMail EX, which is a man page specifically for examples. So it's got a ProcMail RC, which is a configuration file. It's got a regular ProcMail and ProcMail EX with a whole bunch of examples. And I still love that, and you gotta look at it once in a while just for fun, because it's fantastic. And then the first question was dependencies. So it'll show you the dependencies. There are times when you have conflicting dependencies, so that you're trying to do something, something has happened, and either you're trying to install two packages that conflict, or the system is, because there's something broken in how things are done right now. And so it gives you a warning and says, I can't fix this for you. You need to figure out how you want to fix it. Because either way, I'm going to break something. Regardless of what I do, you need to decide what I'm going to break. Or wait until this has been resolved upstream if it's a system issue. All right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I remember seeing that string somewhere, so I'm presuming I've seen the tool, but I don't know anything about it, so I can't speak. You get it? Yeah. Oh yeah. So okay, good point. So coming back to an earlier question, so the info pages are generally are often maintained better than man pages. And there are some that are more up to date. There's the info page for date is more current than the man page for date, as in like a decade. They still haven't added some stuff. Yeah. The other thing is, you're blind. So a friend of mine, we got to do a presentation here a couple years ago about being blind and using Linux. He does a lot of things using Emacs because he gets Emacs Speak. And then there's a lot of other things where Emacs, your fingers never need to leave the keyboard, right? Type of thing. And Emacs is much more dialed into info pages and does a much better job with info pages than man, if Emacs is the direction the tool you're using. So question them, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually two questions. So the first one was you mentioned a cache search versus app search.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you still prefer a cache search.
Mm-hmm.
Elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. So app cache search will search more fields inside the package. So APT search will search the package name, the one-line description, and a couple of other things. But a lot of times you're looking, what you want is in the long description or something like that. So for me, I would rather get more results and whittle it down than less results missing the thing I was looking for. And some of it depends on who you are and how you do things.
The other question is, and this is really, I've been using Ubuntu for many years now. I mean, most of the time, I just want to actually upgrade the packages, so I don't really want to do the update and then upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any one that really wants to combine those two, or just provide like a new command?
I haven't seen anything. There are people that do an APT cache or a sudo APT update and APT full upgrade, and you could add that to a script and just call your script, or you could just type it all out on the command line. I used to do that actually for a while. I'd just do that, but yeah.
You
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So look at ProcMail EX. So man, ProcMail EX, all is one, man, space, and then ProcMail EX, one word. And that has a lot of really good examples. I haven't, at least in a long time, done anything where I'm specifically saving attachments, but I know there are things in there for splitting the message up. You might end up needing to use 4Mail in order to do that, but the example page probably has something that will get you going in the right direction. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and look at ProcMail EX and see if that gives you what you need. And if it doesn't, ask on join a local Linux user group or something like that and ask there. You're probably going to have lots of people like me that just love ProcMail and might go after that just for fun. Uh-huh. Brian, you're nodding? They do? Okay, I don't know. I haven't noticed it, but also the Debian stable is a couple years old, so it might be that it's in frozen and coming out to the next one. I personally am not a huge fan of Snap for a couple of different reasons. One of the things I didn't, that my slides had, as I say, you get the automatic updates. One of the problems I have with Snaps is it's nice that, for instance, Nextcloud, you get the new version of Nextcloud, and if there's a security fix, you get the security fix. But if Nextcloud depends on some library, do I know that Nextcloud's getting the new version of that library? So a number of years ago, we determined that we had a half a dozen different places in the kernel that had a security problem with how they were using gzip. And there were two issues. One, with, you got over the first thing of there's gzip implemented inside the kernel, and then there's 6 different implementations of gzip in the kernel, right? It's just using the same one. But there was a security problem with gzip, and now the kernel was susceptible to it. And so for like 3 months, we kept getting new kernel updates as there's another version of gzip that we need to go repair, right? And so when I go install foo, and foo depends on libc, and if there's a security problem in libc, we get the update for libc, and then foo is covered as well because you've already gotten that. Whereas if I'm using a foo snap that has its own version of libc, I've been around long enough where I've been down this road before, and I've seen packages that keep old versions of libraries. The kernel being one of it, because kernel can't call libraries; they have to be embedded. So there are some systems where you have to have it embedded. libc, the primary thing. It's hard to go through and get things right. And I'm worried about those dependencies being maintained. Mm-hmm. So there might be a way of escalating. We ran into that recently. There was an escape. So that your classic has less of the, turns off some of those things. You also have to go through extra approvals to become a classic version. So Ubuntu does give you a review of it. So another thing with snaps is for Debian packages and Ubuntu packages, I know that those maintainers have reviewed those packages and the changes are in there, right? And they haven't done a full security audit, but I know 2 people have looked at it, right? At least, well, to some extent, because sometimes they're the same person. Upstream is also the packager. But you've got a little bit of extra warranty, implied warranty with it that way. For the containerization, your default for snaps is they've got them containered, and the idea is to make it to where they can't escape, right? Whether or not it's there, I don't know, but the idea is to limit that. It reminded me of something else. Upstream, containers. No, I've forgotten what you reminded me of something else I wanted to say about steps, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, actually, you know, ha ha ha. You guys can't see it, but I can. Everybody gather around the other laptop. And, okay, pros, cons, very updates. Oh, another thing for snaps is Ubuntu is requiring, or Canonical is requiring a SCaLE on that. So to me, that's an inhibitor for contributing upstream. So stable, candidate, beta, okay. Yeah, so the strict is default that you were talking about where they've got things locked down. Classic requires approval. There's also dev mode, which can't be released as stable, so they're allowing developers to have the playground, but then you can't release that to the wild, or trying to anyway. All right. Okay, and we've gotten through most of the stuff that I wanted to get to. All right, any other questions? No? Well, thank you, and thank you for sticking around towards the end. Appreciate it.
Check, check. Hey, we've got audio. I assume I could probably yell and everyone would hear me, but, you know, just courtesy, right? All right, so while we're waiting for people to like trickle in, anybody want to have a conversation about what this talk is about? Is this recorded? Yes. Okay. Who's doing that? Who? Raise your hand. Who's recording it? Oh, okay. This is. Oh, just constantly straight. That's cool. Awesome. All right. Okay. I'm Dave. Hi. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. I was here last year and was kind of disappointed there wasn't a talk like this. So hopefully, so yeah. Right, right. So that's right, and I figured this is the right place to take it. So.
Very good idea. I'm George.
George, nice to meet you. I'm Dave.
Dave, nice to meet you.
So if I could get a show of hands of how many people know how to program in a programming language. Fantastic. All right, that's exactly the kind of people I wanted to have here. Is there anyone here that doesn't have Ubuntu or hasn't installed Ubuntu? Or at least like has a machine that's running Ubuntu at work at home? Like everyone interacts with Ubuntu, right? Okay, good. I had someone ask me about this morning, and I was kind of like, well, if you're not running Ubuntu anywhere, this is probably not the best talk to start with. So, anybody have an idea as to what they want to get out of this talk? Can I get a show of hands? Yeah. That will be basically that is the talk here. Yeah. In terms of packaging packages that are completely new, that is not what I was expecting people to want here. But I do have a few links in my slides that will cover exactly what you want from that. You had another thing? I had another hand. Any other hands? Make it be official. So it's been sitting in Launchpad. So you want to do a universe inclusion request is what you want to do. I can give you the buzzwords so that you can Google to find the right wiki page. It's probably the best way to do it. I've never actually done a universe inclusion request, but that can be done. I can hopefully handhold you a little bit afterwards. This probably is not going to cover that use case as much. Basically, basic Debian packaging, but in doing the process of doing a universe inclusion request is probably outside of the scope of that. Anybody else have ideas as to what they want to get out of this? That I will cover. I will generally cover. Yes. So good. You're in the right spot. Fantastic. So it sounds like everyone is kind of figuring this out. You're all pretty much in the right spot. The priority that I'm going to be covering here today is kind of, we all run Ubuntu and we all hit problems. And my goal is really going to be to kind of, when you go and hit those problems and then you go and fix it for yourself, how do you get that pushed back into the archives so that you don't have to maintain a package yourself? So that's really the use case that this presentation covers, and I'll go into it. They asked me to leave a few more minutes after lunch just because people are filing in from lunch. So that is what it is. I'll give it another 2 minutes. But yeah, this is awesome. Yeah. Anybody have any questions for me while I'm standing here and just kind of wasting time? So what the question is, that I work at Indeed and I do Linux development, and what is that like? Basically, Indeed is now getting to the size where they were small and had mostly application developers, and now they're getting larger and they're starting to hit problems at scale that happen to companies that are larger. Previously, they would work around it by, oh, well, CentOS is not working. Let's try Ubuntu. Let's do this. They do major crazy changes, and now they've realized that doing that kind of stuff is not always the best because you exchange one problem for another. So my job is really to fix the hard problems that other people run into. So I'm kind of internal support for Linux in general at Indeed, covering anything a developer runs into and goes, I'm stuck, right? So that's kind of what I do. I'll get into it a little more. Yeah, Indeed.com. I work for Indeed.com. All right. Well, we are 8 minutes afterwards. I'll just jump into it. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Chillick, and this is the Ubuntu Development Primer: How to Stop Monkey Patching and Start Committing. I'm Dave Chillick on IRC. And I am what is called an Ubuntu core dev. What that means is that I have archive permissions. That means I can upload things from Launchpad or upload them into Launchpad for inclusion in Ubuntu. So if you have things that you want sponsorship for, take note of me, ping me on IRC, and then tell me that you saw me at SCaLE, and I promise that I might try to help you out. I'm a little slow because I don't always do as much IRC work as I used to because of Slack in my day-to-day job, but I'll do my best to try to respond to those things. Yeah. Oh, I'll get into that. I'll cover that. So before I worked for Indeed, actually, I work for Indeed. I'm a Linux platform engineer. You could also call me a Linux software developer. But basically, I support anything from the kernel to user space to anything else. And unfortunately, my day job usually covers mostly CentOS, but the entirety of our development environment is all run on Ubuntu, so that's why I exist. Prior to that, I worked for Canonical. I worked in the Ubuntu sustaining engineering teams, where I did engineering support for Ubuntu Advantage, which is the support arm of Canonical, which allows you to do paid support. And prior to that, I worked for IBM in the Linux Technology Center, which really kind of got me into doing Linux development. My wiki page is really kind of bare bones, but that's proof that I exist in Ubuntu, right? All right, so the topics we're going to cover today is we're going to talk about a little bit about getting support. We'll cover a little bit about Launchpad best practices. We'll talk about how to modify sources from the archives. We'll talk about building, and then submitting changes back into Ubuntu. And if we cover all of that, I'll talk a little bit about the kernel processes, because the kernel processes are a little bit different than the rest of the packages in Ubuntu, because it's the kernel. All right, so why you might care. Does anyone here have self-maintained packages on Ubuntu? Basically, you found a bug in a Python script, and then you went and manually hacked a fix for it. Or you have a MySQL server that you needed to add a patch to. That is what we're going to cover here today, is really how to fix those things officially, create a Debian package from it, and then push it back into Ubuntu so that the rest of the community actually benefits from that. If you're interested in giving back to the community, that's another great reason to be here, because you kind of need to know this process in order to actually give back your work back to the community. If you're tired of having maintenance burden, all of one-off packages, or say this guy who wanted to do a universe inclusion request for his package, that is another great reason. The other thing is, I'm a big believer in mentorship beats wiki pages. Finding someone who can say, hey, you need to search for these terms on the wiki and that'll lead you to this page is gonna beat you trying to find those search terms and reading all the wiki pages hands down. So that is why I'm here. It is a passion of mine for teaching. If teaching paid better, I'd probably be doing that, but it doesn't, so I am a nerd and I try to teach nerds when I can. So the other problem is that wiki pages can be outdated. So fortunately, when I wrote this talk originally, they were outdated, and I've noticed that they've actually gotten way better. So that, I probably should cross that line out. All right, so question to the room. Where does everyone go for support? What do you do when you have a problem? What's your first step? Can I get a show of hands or? Google, that's my first one too. Yeah, anybody else? Any other thoughts on how you fix problems that you hit in Ubuntu? Stack Overflow, that is major, and Stack Overflow has been an amazing boon to our community. So what? Just going straight into the source code. Well, that is fantastic, but if you don't know how to get to the source code in Ubuntu, that's probably a little difficult. We're going to cover that, and that's actually a big reason that you might want to be here. Yeah. What? strace, yeah, using utilities and actually doing the deep dives. I love what I'm hearing because you guys are the exact people that I wanted to have come to this talk. All right. So yeah, a number of these were covered. Ones that weren't covered were the Ubuntu forums, Ubuntu Advantage, which is paid support through Canonical. I used to do that. I love those guys. I'm going to shout out to them here. IRC, these are the channels I was talking about earlier. Ubuntu, Pound Ubuntu is probably the best first place to go for support if you don't know if it's a real bug. You think it might just be, pebcac, problem exists between keyboard and chair. Ubuntu Devel, and Ubuntu Devel is going to be for people who've already created a fix and are wanting mentorship on how to actually get that fix included if you have problems in that area or you're an actual Ubuntu developer. So avoid posting in there, otherwise you're going to be told to go move to Ubuntu unless you keep it technical and keep those questions technical. Ubuntu bugs, if you already have a bug opened and are looking to progress it in a technical manner, you have a solution, you have a workaround, things like that, go to Ubuntu bugs. All right. The last one is really going to be Launchpad. If you've exhausted all hope and you actually have that bug, or you are about to create a bug, Launchpad is where you're going to do that. Keep in mind that this is not a forum. This is not a place to post, hey, I did this and this thing broke. You want to know that this thing broke because it's actually broken before you start opening bugs in Launchpad. Otherwise, you end up wasting a developer's time who might otherwise be worthwhile actually fixing a real bug, right? So let's try to keep Launchpad not a forum. Let's use the forums for forum requests and forum things. Oftentimes, we'll see people open threads on Ubuntu forums that end up being opened as bugs in Launchpad. They're like, oh, you know what, we've exhausted all hope. The community hasn't really, we haven't figured out a solution, so let's just open a bug and we'll go from there. All right, so Launchpad. So let's assume you found your bug on Launchpad. A lot of people love to post, oh, this hit me too, why have we not fixed this? This hit me too, why have we not fixed this? And people are not clicking this button. This is a very important button for me as a developer to be able help to triage whether or not people are actually seeing this bug. So please do not put comments in unless they're technical and useful comments. If they're Me Too comments, don't use that. Whereas this bug, if you click on, can anyone read that? That's a little bit low resolution, but that line says, this bug affects 5 people. Does this bug affect you? If you click the little pencil next to it, you can click, yes, this affects me too, and then you can subscribe yourself to the bug, and what ends up happening is that increases the heat. As developers go through and actually look to see what bugs most people are hitting and which are going to have the most impact if they go and work on and actually fixing it, they're going to be looking at the heat to try to determine what's the most important bugs. And then, of course, make sure you subscribe yourself, because I can't tell you how many people will create a bug, they'll fire and forget it, and never actually respond to requests for more information. Yeah? Number 34 is it's a number of, like, how many people have clicked this bug affects me too, how many duplicates of this bug have been closed as a duplicate of this bug, and there's a number of other heuristics. I'm not exactly sure of the exact algorithm, but it's basically, that's kind of what it is. It gives you a good rule of thumb. Also, if you see a bug that affects you and there's like a 2 heat on it, you're going to kind of be like, oh, that's why it's not fixed, right? All right. So let's say you have a fix for it, and you know the bug and you have a fix. The next thing you're going to want to do is assign yourself. If you go through the effort of trying to fix it and you give up, make sure you remember to unassign it. Otherwise, the Ubuntu core devs or the Ubuntu developers are not going to know what's the status, and they'll probably ping you and be like, hey man, are you working on this, right? All right, and all of these things, adding comments to Launchpad, creating bugs, assigning things to yourself, fixing them, all result in a thing called karma. And as you can see, my friend Colin Watson here, who's actually one of the Launchpad developers, has a karma of 80,670, which is insane. It's the highest one that I know of. Mine is way less than that, since I don't do Ubuntu development as my day job anymore. All right, so what do you do if there's no related bug? The first thing you need to do is you need to make sure you update your package and make sure your package is up to the latest version. Because if you are creating a bug on an older version of the package, first thing a developer is going to do is be like, hey man, you're back level on this version. Let's make sure you're on the, let's get up to a proper version first. The next thing is make sure you include all of the logs, including possibly debug output if the command you're running has a verbose option. And if there's any memory dumps, include those as well. And the next thing you might want to do is test the Ubuntu development packages. And by development packages, I mean, like, today that would be Disco, right? So that's the release that's in development. That'd be the latest thing, right? The reason we want that is because that would tell us whether or not there's already a fix in an Ubuntu package. Sometimes if it's a small delta between the version you're on and the one that's in development, we'll just do a backport of that package into the backports archive. All right, I had a few questions. How do you get a memory dump? Typically, you're going to have to set ulimit. You're going to have to configure ulimit to actually save memory dumps. I think it might actually be included by default. It might be on by default. You might have to check. It might just be because I have it turned on because of other packages I've installed. But you usually have to do that. If it's not dumping for you, you don't need to create a memory dump, because that's going to be just way too much effort. Including a step-by-step how to reproduce the problem would be way more important, way more useful. Other questions? All right. I know this is probably remedial given how advanced this group seems to be, but it's important to go through because, you know, bug etiquette on Launchpad is kind of not obvious. All right, so given that all of these questions, a better way to create a bug on Launchpad is actually run Ubuntu bug against the package you're running. The reason for this is this will actually go through and collect all the logs for you, and then it'll open up a browser with the apport output. And I'm sorry, that thing is awesome, but like, I just saw it and was like, oh my gosh. It'll create a, sorry, it threw me off. It'll create it'll create all of your logs and it'll create the bug for you, and then it'll also go and check for duplicates based on the information it grabbed. So what this will do is it helps triage the bugs for Ubuntu without having to actually have someone doing the triage. It allows us to have distributed triage, essentially. So that's cool. All right, so let's say you identified that it's a real bug, there's no duplicates, you've opened your bug, or you've assigned yourself to the bug that you've discovered. What's the first thing to do? You've checked that the upstream series or development series doesn't have a fix for this. The next thing to do is to really check the upstream project. So let's say you have a problem in MySQL. It's not fixed in the Disco release of MySQL. Next thing would be to grab MySQL, build and install it as MySQL recommends, see if it's now resolved in MySQL's upstream. That is a good point, because then what we can do is we can do a git bisect on MySQL to identify the patch that's resolved your problem, and then we can actually backport that patch back into the versions that we care about. So for example, it might be Xennial. Xennial's mostly security updates right now, but if it's a bad enough patch, we'd go Xennial, Bionic, Cosmic, and then it'd be going into the development release as well. If it's not fixed in the upstream project, really stop talking to Ubuntu about this, because there's not much we can do. The process with Ubuntu is to package, because it's a distro, what we do is we package upstream sources to make it easy for people to install. If the upstream sources do not have a fix for the problem, first thing to do is to fix it in the upstream project, right? So if you fix it, once it's fixed in the upstream project, we can then get the patch accepted back into the Ubuntu archives, because we want the people who understand the sources the best to vet that patch before we then push it into Ubuntu. So that's kind of the process for the way we keep Ubuntu stable, is by making sure that things that go into things are forced to go into the project's upstream before it comes back into Ubuntu. All right. Everyone clear on that, or did I got a lot of good head nods? All right. So what does it look like once you've got that patch, it's been upstreamed, or you've identified it in the upstream? The next thing to do is to really grab your sources from Ubuntu, create a patch in Ubuntu in the Debian patches directory. You're going to edit your changelog, identifying yourself as the patch owner. You're going to build it, test it, submit the deb diff back to Ubuntu, which is actually a little bit more interesting, so I'll cover that. And then we're going to test it some more. All right. So getting the sources. First thing I like to do when I know I'm going to do when I know I'm going to be doing development for an Ubuntu package is I make sure that I grab a bunch of tools that go around Ubuntu development. You'll see Ubuntu DevTools, DevScripts, Build Essentials, Fake Web, Fake Root, Kernel Wedge. A lot of these tools are this is kind of like my de facto copy, paste, install when I've created a new machine, because I know I'm going to need them at some point in time. You might need some other compilers or interpreters based on the languages that you're looking at, but this is a pretty good coverage of most of them. Yeah. Has anyone heard of R. Madison before? All right, I'm going to blow your mind then, because this is amazing. This is one of my favorite tools for finding things about Ubuntu. But what it does is it goes and shows the version package of every version of that package in every supported version of Ubuntu. Actually, every supported archive of Ubuntu. So it'll even split out what went into the original archive and the updates archive, and then maybe might even show you what's in proposed if proposed is different than the updates. And then I'm going to just make a directory. In this case, I might be looking at bash, and then I'll pull LP source on bash Bionic. Now, when everyone's looking at this, they're going, what is pull LP source, and why am I not doing apt-get source? Well, the problem with apt-get source is apt-get source only works if you have the apt source lines or the depackaged source lines in your apt package lists. What happens if I'm running Bionic on my laptop and I'm trying to fix something in Disco? Now all of a sudden I'm having to add the apt sources, I'm having to add the depackaged source lines for Disco in my Bionic release on my laptop, and that's not a good idea, because now mixing series is not a good idea. What pull LP source will do for you is grab the sources directly from Launchpad for the series that you request. Yeah?
How do you know which upstream version
All right. Let me get to my demo, and if it doesn't answer your question, then we'll ask it again, okay? All right, so what you're gonna see when you grab these sources is you're gonna see a Debian directory. I wasn't able to attend the last section, which was covering a number of the last session for Ubuntu UbuCon, which was covering a bunch of packaging things. But basically what you're gonna find here is you're gonna find a changelog. And that changelog is not the changelog that you might think it is. That is the changelog of all of the changes of the delta for Debian and Ubuntu on top of the original sources that we forked from, okay? You're gonna see a rules, which is essentially a make file that helps build the package. You're gonna see a control file, which has all the package definitions. So for example, if you're running MySQL, you're gonna have a MySQL server, you're gonna have a MySQL common, you're gonna have a MySQL libs. There's gonna be a whole bunch of packages. All of those package definitions are gonna be in the control file. You're gonna see a patches directory. Now this is what we really care about as developers trying to fix Ubuntu and push fixes back into Ubuntu. The patches directory is basically a delta of what Debian and Ubuntu have added onto what the original package that came out of the upstream sources, right? So it's basically the delta on top of that we forked. We forked, and this is the delta, right? There's a patches series file which determines the order in which those patches get applied, and then you're going to use what patch inside that source tree to determine what patching mechanism is used in order to control these patches. And all of this is described on the Debian org packaging wiki, which is what that man right there is going to need to know about in order to get things started to be pushed into Ubuntu. So creating that Debian package, I don't know if you've gotten that done, but that's step one. After that, you're going to have to create a universe inclusion request. Yeah. Is there a one-to-one? I cannot guarantee that, but I'm pretty certain that is true. Yeah. So, yeah. Which brings me to my demo. All right. Let's see. No one can see this. Tell me when you can start reading in the back there. We're good? All right. So we're going to go R Madison bash. Takes a second because we're hitting the archives. All right. So this is a ton of text, the wall of text, but the columns that we care about most is the second column and the third column. If I highlight stuff, great. So there was a question earlier as to how to know what version of Ubuntu we forked from. Typically what ends up happening is when Debian forks from an upstream package, they create a version. They use the version from the upstream package. Usually this is an upstream tag, right? So in this case, bash was probably 4.3. Then Debian will add a hyphen Debian revision number. And then when Ubuntu forks from Debian, we will typically create an Ubuntu tag keyword, and then the All right, so basically we can do a quilt pop minus A, which will remove all of the patches and give us exactly what we had when we originally forked from the upstream bash version. And I can do a quilt push minus A, which will push everything back on. That's the basics of quilt. There's also, I'll get a little bit farther on, but one thing to think about with quilt, which is not always the best. Huh? Battery, all right. So quilt is great. You're going to have to know a little bit about quilt, but it's not my preferred way of doing development. What I prefer to do is make my changes to the sources, and then what I'll do is I'll do a DCH minus I, which you're going to have to do in both cases, which will actually increment the changelog and update the changelog. And then you can do a dpackage source minus commit, which will do a diff between your current directory, your current sources, and the original package. Do a diff and create a dev diff, create a patch for you from that, which is actually way more automated. All right, so I can, what, yeah. Huh? DCH just stands for Debian changelog. It's just another utility. I'm throwing it out there. It's easy. You could manually edit the changelog, but I'll show you in the demo exactly why I use DCH and not manually editing the changelog. So DCH dpackage source minus commit creates the Debian patches, creates the patch in Debian patches for you, and then it'll add it to Debian patches series for you at the end of that file. And then it'll launch a text editor and ask you to fill out a dep3 header for the patch you just created. Dep3 is the standard that Debian and Ubuntu use to tag each patch to identify where it came from, who wrote it, and where it's going. Is essentially the three major things. There's probably a few more that someone's going to yell at me on the internet for, but whatever. So DCH minus I, you're going to edit the changelog, and this is going to add a changelog entry. You're going to want to include the Launchpad description, the Launchpad bug number, because what this does is once it gets included in the archives, it'll automatically work through the workflow in Launchpad by incrementing the bug from in progress to proposed to released, right? And one thing to keep in mind is you're going to want to try to follow the format of the changelog of the other entries, because we're based on Debian, each Debian maintainer keeps a slightly different version of how they maintain their changelogs. So we want to kind of just keep it identical, and the best way to do that is just to look lower down in the file. And then you're going to want to make sure that your patch actually got listed in Debian patches series. I haven't ever seen it not, but it's a sanity check. All right, so we're going to now edit bash. Can I get my mic stand again? I am so sorry, man. What's your name? George, nice to meet you. Thank you, man. All right, so we've now got bash. Has anyone wanted to screw with their coworkers? All right, so this is awesome. I happen to know that if you grep for PS1, anyone know what PS1 is? It is the shell prompt, yes. So if I happen to know that if this gets evaluated in y.tab.c, because I'm a responsible presenter and looked this up earlier, I'm going to look for PS1, and I am going to comment this out. PS1 prompt equals pwned $space quote. All right. Oh, actually, I'm gonna do it wrong first. All right. So what ends up happening is I made my changes. Now I'm going to. And what do I do next? Yeah, love to have you do that. Give that back. Turn that one off. Turn that one off. Go back to check. I asked a question, and that question was, what do I do next? I've made my changes. Did anyone memorize my slide quickly and figure out what I have to do next after I made my changes? Anybody? DCH minus I, yes, that is the next thing to do. All right, this is what DCH does for you. If you don't use DCH, you're not going to get this bash version number. So the dash I says to increment the version number. You notice that it immediately went from -2 Ubuntu 1 to -2 Ubuntu 2. It set unreleased because it doesn't know what archive it wants to go into. And it also added my tag. This is actually included in, it added my deb email, which is a bash RC alias, environment variable. And then it also, you put a timestamp for when I made this change. So, pwned Daryl, thank you Daryl, you deserve this. And what I would do now is I'd also make sure that I'm solving a Launchpad bug. So if you notice down below, we have Launchpad number, we're gonna be solving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, last thing we need to do is need to worry about which version of Ubuntu this is going into. This is gonna be going into Bionic because it's a Bionic package that I'm fixing. All right. Cool. Yeah. To edit the what? The configure file? Yeah, I probably could. I don't know. This is just demo purposes. This is what I figured out in 3 seconds. So, all right. So everyone noticed that I had a bug in my C, right? Because we're all awesome developers. But sorry. Before I realized that, let's say I did a dpackage source -- commit. If I could spell commit. Now it asks me for what my patch name is going to be. Let's make it pwned.patch. And it brings up this great little template. This is the dep3 template I was talking about. This is what the Debian and Ubuntu developers are going to use to identify what in the world this patch is and why it exists in the archives. So what you're going to do is you're going to create you're going to want to have a good description here, not just pwned. And you're also going to want to also include things like the Launchpad bug number. So you see bug Ubuntu. You see, if I highlight this, is that good? You notice that it identified the bug that I used simply from the LP colon number that I used in the Debian changelog. But you're also, because you're pulling this from upstream, because we're all responsible developers and we pushed our fixes upstream first, you're going to want to put origin. You're going to want to fill out this origin tag and give the URL of the upstream origin patch. This way, when you submit your dev diff to a core dev, they can actually go and verify that what you are committing is the same thing that was coming from the upstream, possibly massaged in order to work with the sources you're looking at. But it gives them a good place to start with. You gave them as much information as you can to approve your information, approve your submission. And fill out any of the others that might be appropriate. There's actually a dep3 information on the Debian packaging wiki page that I linked earlier in the slides. All right, so I don't even know if this is going to work. Well, it took it. Great. All right, so we covered that. Now, back to my problem in my C code, right? So now I've created the patch. Do I want to undo everything and then redo the patch? No. Let's go back to my y.tab.c. Let's go back to PS1. And I notice I missed this semicolon. So I added the semicolon to ytab.c, but I've already got the patch in the series file. This is why you want to know quilt. What I can do now is I can just do a quilt refresh, and it'll just refresh my patch with the new version of changes that I have. Okay? So that's kind of how my debug fixing bug workflow goes through. Is I kind of use dpackage source commit when I think it's ready, and then I'll use quilt refresh after that. All right. Any questions? Did I go too fast or too loudly? No. All right. So the next thing you need to do is you need to build the package with dbuild -d and -S. -d is going to say ignore build depends. And the reason you want to do this is because you do not want to build packages on your machine directly. You always want to have it in a container of some sort, because otherwise you're just going to muddy your machine with a ton of packages and not be able to get rid of them. The second thing it does is it signs the package. You notice that it used my deb email signature for the Debian changelog. It's going to use that deb email environment variable as well to identify which GPG key it uses to sign my DSC file. Okay, so that's what it's doing with the -s. So the next thing we'll do is then once you create your source package, you end up building it using sbuild. Sbuild is the best way to build packages for Ubuntu. It's basically it's a kind of a chroot build. And there's a great wiki page, so I'm not going to go through each command on how to deploy sbuild. Follow this. Every Debian developer, every Ubuntu developer follows this every time they create a new laptop or buy a new laptop. Okay? And then once you've built your package, and you're sure it builds and you're sure it works, and what you want to do is you're going to grab a deb diff of the original package and your new package. And what that is that's it's just the difference between that you've created, right? And that is what you're going to upload to Launchpad for a Debian developer to sponsor. I keep saying Debian, but Debian Ubuntu developer. All right, so we go to our demo. Build -d -s. It looked weird. What? Oh. Shoot. Yeah. It was right. Maybe it's just big. All right, so we're building our source package. This is the source package that will end up eventually getting built and being pushed into the Launchpad builders for creating of the package. You'll notice at the bottom here, you'll see that sign file for the changes is signed by Dave Chillick, chillick@ubuntu.com. All right, next thing is to sbuild -a -d AMD64. Actually, let's see what that created. All right, so we previously had just Ubuntu 1 sources. Now we have an Ubuntu 2 sources, right? And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to build against this DSC file. Ooh. All right. Now what sbuild is going to do, it's going to spawn a new chroot in var run schroot mount bionic, and then it'll update itself to the latest version of all dependencies, including all of those in proposed, and then it'll run the build. And we're not going to sit here and watch this because this, I think, takes like 20 minutes. But you'll see everyone saw apt go by, or it's going by right now. apt-get is going by right now. That was what I wanted. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we need to test the package. All right, so how would I test this? Easiest way is to install it on Daryl's machine and mess with it, right? Unfortunately, since Daryl's not here, I am going to just install it on my local machine to show that it actually worked, right? I've already got it built because I've done this before. And I'm just going to dpackage -i. Oh, you can't see that. On bash, minus, oh, gosh, seriously, people. Quit. And it's now installed. It is now installed. So if I spawn a new terminal, I've now been pwned, which is, right? Fantastic. Hey, we patched resources in Ubuntu, and now we've done the hard part. Now the harder part is actually getting it accepted and getting it pushed into the archives. So how that works. Let's actually, yeah. So we've tested our package. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a dev diff and attach that to Launchpad. So what does that look like? Dev diff. Can everyone read some of this, or is it just way down at the bottom? All right, so everyone's seen a diff before, right? That's all this is. It shows us the changelog change. The only interesting thing is that you'll see that the patch that we created is actually added as its own new file, all right? So pwned.patch in here is actually created as its own new file. You see all the pluses at the edge here, right? All right. Great, and that's what you're gonna upload to Launchpad. What you're going to need to do, though, is now we've just solved it for Bionic. You're going to need to fix it for Cosmic and Disco, because we can't have Bionic fixed and then have someone upgrade to Cosmic or Disco and go, hey, look, it was working in Bionic and now it's broken again. So you're going to have to create 3 different dev diffs. Typically, this is pretty easy because the dev diffs for the 3 different versions might be really close and the same patch might apply in all 3. But if it doesn't, you're going to have to port those patches around and make sure they clean the apply. All right, now the next thing to do is once you've uploaded your dev diffs onto Launchpad, you're going to have to fill out what is called an SRU template. SRU stands for Stable Release Updates. And this is the wiki page you're going to want to look at in order to grab the template for the Stable Release Updates. And you're going to copy and paste that template into the top of your Launchpad bug, okay? Everyone follow that? I think I've been talking for a while, so. Now what this is useful for is this is useful for the core dev that's going to try and sponsor your patch. They're going to look at this SRU template and it basically asks you things like, how do you recreate the original bug? What I will do as a core dev when I'm sponsoring a patch is I'm going to go and actually try to reproduce that on, preferably in an LXC container. I'll try to reproduce your exact problem given the steps that you have. If I can't, I'm going to be like, whoa, something's weird. Step 2 is it'll also tell you how it'll ask how you've tested it. Have you pushed it upstream? What are the regression potentials? We don't like breaking people in Ubuntu. We prefer for them not to ever have it work and then have it break after an update. Unfortunately, that happens, but the reason that happens is because we aren't creative enough when we are going and reviewing these things and thinking about what kind of regressions are potential. So you're going to want to do your best to kind of identify what regressions might be in play. I recently uploaded a fix for a USB headset, and I said, the regression potential is kind of minimal because it currently does not work at all, right? And the fix only affects the USB IDs for the headset that I'm applying it to. So it's kind of hard to have a regression there. All right. Okay, next thing you're gonna need to do is now you've done all of your you've done all of the administrivia to try and get things done. You're going to now have to wait on a core dev to actually do their side. The way to do this is to subscribe Ubuntu sponsors to the bug. And then if you don't get anyone to respond in a timely manner, you're going to want to go to Ubuntu devel and probably ask for a core dev. Be like, hey, can anyone sponsor this patch? I'd really like to get it uploaded. If you ping me, I'm Chilik on IRC. I will do my best to help out the community as I am a community Ubuntu member. I'm a community Ubuntu core dev, right? So a lot of the core devs work for Canonical. I would like to try and help the community get their fixes into. Now once you've got it once it's uploaded, it doesn't actually get immediately built. Because we want to keep Ubuntu stable, we want to make it very difficult for changes to go in that'll affect everyone on the planet, right? So we have at least 2 people who have archive permissions review it before. And the second person that needs to review it is the is an SRU team member. In order to get their sponsorship, you're going to want to subscribe at Ubuntu SRU to the bug, right? And the reason you need 2 is process and safety. We don't want to break. We want to break as few people as possible, and it's the best way to, we don't have a better way. All right, now once the Ubuntu SRU team member approves your SRU, it will get built by Launchpad and it'll be pushed into the proposed archives. This is what, when you go and look at your Ubuntu package manager and you ask, hey, click, I want to run proposed because I want to help out the community. That's exactly what you're doing here, is you are running the packages that were most recently changed, right? Once it hits the proposed archive, your job now is to install it from the proposed archive, because who knows, your package might get built slightly different on Launchpad or than it does on your local machine. If you're using SBuild, this is incredibly rare. If you're building it using dbuild or some other package build mechanism, it's more likely. I've actually seen instances where I used a previous tool called pbuilder, where it built with pbuilder just fine, worked with pbuilder just fine, but when I built it with SBuild, it failed to build, or it had a completely different functionality because the dependencies were pulled in slightly differently. All right, so again, it hits proposed, you gotta test it again. Once you've tested it and proposed, there's gonna be a tag on Launchpad that says verification needed. Now you need to move that tag from verification needed to verification done for every series that your patch was applied for, okay? So if it was applied to Bionic, Cosmic, and Disco, you're gonna need verification done Bionic, verification done Cosmic, verification done Disco. Because if you don't do that, Launchpad will automatically remove your package from the archives. After, I think it's like a 3 or 6 week timeout. All right, and now because we are awesome members of the Debian community, the next thing we do is we're gonna submit it back to Debian. And there's another tool for this called Submit to Debian, which is part of the Ubuntu dev scripts. And it will actually take your dev diff and create a bug on Debian's bug tracker and upload that dev diff there. The other reason for submitting it back to Debian is we do not want to have a delta with Debian. What we do as Ubuntu is we stabilize the unstable or testing packages that we get from Debian and have a decent cadence so that it's predictable and useful for normal people. Debian is great, we love Debian, and we want them to succeed as much as Ubuntu succeeds. And by submitting our patches back to Debian, we help them out as much as they help us. Or we try to help them out. They do an awful lot of work. All right, so who cares about the kernel? I got 2 minutes. Have anyone that cares about the kernel? All right, so when I was working for Canonical, I was actually part of the sustaining engineering team, and I was actually attached to also doing some kernel work with the kernel team. So I spent a lot of time talking with these guys, and I know them all pretty well. So let's just jump into it. How do people get sources for their kernel, for Ubuntu? Anyone not reading my slide and want to tell me? No. But that's a good try. Good try. No, so that's exactly what a lot of people tell me is when they're like, oh, I just go to kernel.org for the sources. Well, the problem is Ubuntu has a delta on top of the kernel as much as they have a delta on top of Debian. And the reason for this is that we want to make Ubuntu function for as many people as possible. And there's lots of reasons why we might have a delta from kernel.org. One reason might be hardware enablement, right? So, for example, my USB headset isn't a bad example, but let's say there's a new version of the processor that we need to make sure works on our long-term support release, right? So they might have patches for those processors that didn't go into Linux stable, but actually did get pulled into the Bionic trees. The other things that you might have is you might have, I'm drawing a blank right now, but the, what is our security mechanism in Ubuntu? Anyone know? The what? It's not SE Linux. What's the other thing? AppArmor. Good call. Good. So the other reason we want to not pull from the kernel.org is kernel.org isn't going to have patches for AppArmor, whereas the ones you pull from Ubuntu are. Okay. The other nice thing to notice is that we're giving you a Git tree. Who in CentOS land is getting a Git tree for their kernel sources? Absolutely zero. If you're running RHEL or CentOS, you're getting an RPM source package and a tarball. We give you a Git tree with every single one of the patches broken out in that Git tree. It's not just a fork plus patches as we have for all the rest of the packages. It is a full history of that Git tree. It's really great. The other nice thing is you can do, when you clone this, you can actually reference the upstream Linux tree. So you see git clone, I referenced Linux here on this slide right here. Oh. That will actually decrease the amount of space that it takes up on your machine. Once you've pulled those sources, there's now two branches that you need to care about. There's master, which is going to be what is sitting in updates, and there's going to be master next, which is what is sitting in proposed. So depending on what you're looking at, that'll be the difference between those two branches. The other thing you're going to need to know is that the the other thing you might want to know is that there are also going to be HWE branches for the LTS releases. All right. So let's say you have a problem with the Ubuntu kernels. First thing, you're going to go through a very similar process as you would with any package. You're going to want to make sure it's first fixed in the upstream Linux kernel, like 5.1 bleeding edge RC, non-existent right now, right? Easiest way to do that is actually to use the Ubuntu kernel mainline builds. If anyone's running these kernel mainline builds on their Ubuntu machines, you probably should not. These do not include all of the patches. These are very bleeding edge. These are very much development. I would not recommend this ever. But in order to test to see if your stuff is fixed in an updated kernel, this is the fastest way to get a kernel that is at the latest in order to determine if your kernel's actually been fixed. Once you've discovered that it's fixed in these upstream kernels, then you can go ahead and bisect it and bring that bisection back, the patch that you discover from that bisection back into the actual Ubuntu kernels. All right, so you're going to bisect it, find that correct commit, and then you're going to do a git cherry pick minus sex, which is sign, edit, and give me a cherry pick commit hash on the upstream commit, and that'll just apply it to the Ubuntu trees. That'll allow you to use git send email to push that that patch back up to the Ubuntu kernel mailing lists. All right. If it's not already been fixed in the mainline kernel, the first thing you're going to want to do is fix it in the mainline kernel, and then possibly just submit it back into Linux stable. Because you're a good community member, submitting it to Linux stable will actually allow it to be included by default by the Ubuntu kernel team. The Ubuntu kernel team does their best to follow Linux stable rules, but again, we have the directive of making Linux easy for everybody. So there are times when we will accept a feature patch in order to fix something that we know is affecting a lot of users. And I say we loosely because I'm actually not on the team anymore or in the company, so don't yell at me. But in order to submit those patches back, you're going to follow the documentation stable kernel rules. Actually, I think it's like documentation process stable kernel rules now. The documentation has actually changed since this. I thought I updated that, but oh well. Once it gets pushed into Linux stable, the Ubuntu teams will eventually include it. However, a much easier way to resolve problems with hardware dependencies is to actually run the HWE kernels. Now, the HWE stands for Hardware Enablement Kernels. And if you are buying new servers today and are trying to install Xenial, your best bet is to run the Linux HWE kernels in order to get those to run as best they can. If you're running Bionic and trying to install servers from AMD, again, HWE kernels, right? But those are basically the new series of kernel brought back onto the LTS release. So for example, in Bionic, that would be the Cosmic kernel, okay? All right, so you've submitted to upstream. Oh, there's the correct link. This is actually the where it lives in the kernel sources. So if you download the kernel, you'll see documentation process submitting patches. we'll describe how to submit patches back into the kernel community. I have a whole other talk about submitting patches back to the Linux kernel. Submitting it to stable, we've already covered. And now building your kernel. So typically, when you go to build a kernel, you're going to do a make old config and then make. And then just for quick iteration, if you're actually creating your own patches. This is not recommended for doing any kind of distribution to servers because you've just got a VM Linux and a folder of modules. It's not really easily installable. It's not really easily anything. If you're building off of the Ubuntu kernel trees, though, and you alias FDR to fake root Debian rules, just quick note there. If I do FDR prepare generic, that'll create the config for that kernel that I'm trying to build, and then if I do FDR binary generic, that will actually create Debian packages that you can then distribute elsewhere. All right. And just a quick note, if you're doing development and you just need to build a subset of your tree and you're using the Ubuntu trees, this is how you would point it to the build directory so that you can build just a small subset of the tree. Other patches. So we have this idea of sauce patches in Ubuntu, and those are the patches that I was talking about that are not Linux stable appropriate, but still are, they may not even be mainline appropriate, but they are something that we consider valuable and useful to the users of Ubuntu. There aren't very many of them, but they do exist, and they make our lives and the users' lives better, and that's why we keep them. Sometimes they're not accepted upstream for political reasons, and I'm not going to discuss that any further. So, all right. So, once you've got your patch, this page is actually great for describing where to grab, how to deal with the kernel community, the Ubuntu kernel community, and they're usually really responsive on that mailing list because it doesn't have a ton of mail. So, that's how you push your fix back into Ubuntu is actually, how you push your kernel fix back into Ubuntu is actually pushing it onto the mailing list, which is very similar to what the upstream Linux kernel process is. All right. Any questions? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I don't have the handle. Here, let's get the handheld to you before we. Is that it right there? Yeah, it is. Check. I have a feeling like a few of you actually got something out of that talk, and it makes me really happy. I hope to be sponsoring more in the very near future.
Is that okay?
Yeah, cool.
Ubuntu supports a variety of non-x86 hardware. Where does that get tested?
Oh man, where does that come in? So, you're gonna have to be more specific on that question.
So, say I have a patch and it builds fine on x86, but when it's compiling, it breaks for PowerPC or ARM or something like that. So I'm just trying to understand what the workflow is for Ubuntu for non-x86 hardware.
So are you fixing a build problem for the alternate arch, or are you?
I'm just trying to let's say I'm working on x86. I fix a build for me, but it breaks for PowerPC. Does Ubuntu do builds on all these other architectures every night?
When it gets pushed into propose, the Launchpad will automatically build it for all the alternative architectures as well.
Okay, and are all those self-hosted or cross-compiled, or you're not sure?
Some are self-hosted, some are cross-compiled.
Ah, so okay.
Yeah, as
Good.
far as I know the.
So the bottom line is it's not really the developer or the patch writer's responsibility to test other architectures.
So if it gets pushed, if you end up breaking another architecture, you're doing something really awesome. But it will get built by Launchpad, and you'll see a build failure. It's usually what will end up happening.
Cool.
I actually haven't broke a build for an alternative arch, so I don't know. We do have a page called FTBFS. So if you go to the wiki.ubuntu.com and look for FTBFS, it's called Failed to Build from Source, and that'll show you all of the packages that fail to build from source for alternate for any architecture. Right. Typically, that's used while we're doing +1 maintenance, which is the process we use for bringing Debian back into Ubuntu. And that is typically the place when we find fail to build from source problems.
Right.
But if you want to work on alternative architectures, that's where you
Cool.
probably start.
Thanks.
Yeah. Anyone else? And thanks for coming. This is awesome.
This was an excellent talk. If I followed along correctly, there's a version of proposed for every version of Ubuntu?
Yes.
And where do I get proposed from?
You add the proposed archive to your app sources list. Okay. And the easiest way for an end user to do that is to go into the Ubuntu Software Center and click the proposed button under like Ubuntu software. Here, I can actually show you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Updates? Really? Oh, fantastic, man. I'm giving another one on kernel basics or kernel debugging basics. Saturday at 1:30. So this is what's one of these tabs has a proposed tested proposed archive link. Restricted main universe proprietary. Options. Yeah, there you go. Bionic proposed. Okay. That's the easiest way to turn on proposed. You could actually just modify the app source list directly. So who's Mike?
One of the tools you used actually built the software in its own container. And so you don't have to worry about it impacting any of the
anything else on
your system.
Fantastic.
Just wanted to make sure.
That simple SBuild wiki page is invaluable in terms of doing that and doing that without screwing up your machine. Yeah, that is the best way by far. Anyone else? All right. Bye-bye. I'm gonna sign
Thank you,
off.
Dave.
Thank you. Thank you for asking great
by multiple people that
Mhm.
have this installed. And at some KDE things, because there's no like really good just pure cube thing, like we ship KCalc, the calculator, I'd be happy if Ubuntu used my KCalc documentation or my ARC documentation.
Yeah, I was going to just make a suggestion that I don't know if it's viable, that maybe the team or group of individuals who are doing the documentation have a core, a shared core. The specialty versions of the different languages could kind of parse it out and say, okay, this is a Ubuntu module, this is that module, and then the shared core just kind of, tap into, and then that way it would save you from having to probably spend, 1,000 years to try to keep up, So I just wanted to offer that as a suggestion.
I've thought somewhat about that. I haven't much planned and put it in practice. I personally haven't talked much to other flavor documentation people. Sadly, it seems hard to find anyone writing times, but if you want to help out, great. I think I saw, I'm not sure how many people still contribute with documentation, as actually Ubuntu has had previous people, some of which I found were nice to work with, but seemed that the people in charge of the that were in charge of the wiki way back then tended to not stick around that long in terms of years, unfortunately, but I was glad for their contributions back then.
It's a story we hear with a lot of open source projects. Developers write code because they need a feature. Once they have the feature, they're done. They got their feature, they move on. Then there's thousands of users who will be using that feature who aren't familiar with how it works. And so documentation, sometimes people say, well, I'm not a coder, but I really find this project very valuable and I'd like to contribute something. But if you have good skills in technical or business writing, and you got some time on your hands and interest, find a project that you like, and contact the team leader or the documentation team and say, how can I help? And you will be surprised how open those arms are. The documentation is sorely underserviced.
Yeah, and as you saw this, I heard someone say that they thought restructured text documentation was hard, but I've shown ways that what I mostly use is quite simple.
Lynn?
Yeah.
How do you go about getting the ideas as to what to put into a piece of documentation? Do you run the program?
I need to run the program to use it. So if I can't run it locally, I don't think I could write documentation for it if I can't use it.
So
That's
you have no access to the source code as your source of information?
I have access to the source code if I need to. I think the only time I've done that is if actually I found something was like, only time I end up doing that usually is I find a typo in some other developer's menu or something. But I normally don't need to look at the source code to write how to install something for a non-technical user or what each checkbox does. Although there's some things like, I don't think to's complement on the KCalc, there's for binary forms is in the manual, but I don't know how to explain this to a non-technical user. I think I'll just leave that out. Because actually I think looking at the source code, figuring it out, I'm not sure how to make that into the way of thinking as someone like that would just use it non-technically. That would actually make it a lot harder to read, I think, doing it that way.
Any other questions? Anyone else wanting to help with docs? How about a round of appreciation for Lynn? All right, then we've got a break, and sorry, I got stuck there.
I went rather quickly, actually.
What's that?
I I think I went rather quickly.
You did go a little quickly, but that's all right. A little bit of breaks that gives us more time to chat amongst ourselves, and that's okay. And then you can think of, you have extra time to think of the questions that you need to know the answers to. They are maybe related to Ubuntu, which is kind of what we're here for. And we do an Ubuntu Q&A. So that's what we're doing at 4:30. But if you have any question, you feel free to bring it. We'll see if we can answer it. And the standing rule, as we've always had every year in this tradition, remains if we don't have an answer, we will research it and find the answer by tomorrow morning when we come back. That's what we're going to do. And Dave, who was here earlier, is going to help as well. So it's Nathan and I and Dave. So we got like smart people and me, and we'll be able to answer questions. Lynn, thank you for helping with Ubuntu and for showing people what it takes to put together great documentation. I appreciate that.
Do you want to see what the manual looks like on
Oh.
Actually, I don't have it on this computer because this Wi-Fi is broken on this one.
That's a drag. Is this manual downloadable at lubuntu.org?
It's lubuntu.me is the official address, actually.
Okay.
That's a long story I don't want to get into.
Okay.
And
But people can download and see the manual there?
you can actually download it. It's actually one thing about the way Sphinx works is you can even download the HTML documentation online with wget-r.
Okay.
And it actually works offline.
Nicely done.
Although with how much I had been updating it, like in November and December and January, it would keep getting out of date rather quickly at first.
Well, I appreciate the commitment to keeping it up in such an ongoing way.
Yeah. Once I get like 1904, I hopefully will have a downloadable PDF that's
Okay.
pretty stable. But I've had to start basically over with everything changing, so it won't be super. I find ways I need to improve it rather quickly. Once I'm like, oh, everything changed. There's going to be way more changes that need to be made.
Well, you're going to be busy, but here's a historical change I didn't know until your talk, because I'm running an older version. Between 1804 and 1810, they changed the desktop. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's now, it was XCDE, and now it's...
It was LXDE.
I'm sorry, yes.
And now it's LXQt.
Why the change, and what are the benefits?
Why the change? Well, LXDE is built on top of really old stuff, like GNOME 2, which GNOME 3, like the GTK2, which GTK3 now has as many releases as GTK2 had, I heard the other day. And with that many, it's like, I've been contributing since 2013, and GTK3 was around then. So it was still built on stuff from before I started contributing, and now I'm like the second longest contributor on the team. So keep that in mind, and I end up thinking, if we have a bug that's in GTK2, who would know how to fix that now? It seems, how many people can you find that have been around since those days anymore?
Did that change affect the system requirements much?
It did boost them, but moving to GTK3 would as well.
Okay.
Which was unfortunate, but sadly had to happen. And sadly, things like we had problems finding people to test 32-bit, unfortunately, as well, and that got dropped.
Yeah. Now we know.
I know. I'm sorry. I wish I had something to do, but this is actually my oldest machine I use currently, and it's from 2009, and it's a Core 2 Duo, which I find I have, but I understand getting a whole new bunch of cards on that would be hard, but good thing is 1804 is an LTS, which is why we changed after an LTS version, which also means getting everything way more polished by the next LTS.
Any other questions?
be the bearer of bad news.
Well, 32 bits getting hard. You're living on the frontier out there. Well, thank you, Lynn.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That was good. We don't have enough about documentation, and now that after seeing your talk, I'm thinking that we should probably consider making some documentation project something we do every UbuCon.
Yeah.
It's sort of like EDU. There's certain topics that affect so many people that we take for granted.
Yeah.
And people, it's easy to forget all the parts that go into it. What are you going to do to get, just 35 machines running? What are you going to do to write a manual for an Ubuntu flavor?
Yeah.
The one thing I've thought about, since Canonical has so many different versions of Ubuntu, I kept thinking about documentation, because Drew Levine, she's like the wizard of that when it comes to writing documentation for the BSD project.
Yeah.
And I tell you, she's very helpful. But I often thought that, as far as getting good documentation across all the different flavors of Ubuntu, it's kind of like, it's hit and miss.
Yeah, people tried to, I think I ended up looking at a talk and it was like, wow, that was in 2015, way back when someone else thought up of this problem.
Yeah, I just kept thinking that, that they would have like a core source of information that is pretty much similar through all of the different Ubuntu flavors.
Yeah, it's not like,
because
yeah, I'm trying to think how that would be as like a repository. I'm thinking that would have to have like a common repository and then pull in those files.
And then you'd have modules. I mean, only reason I thought that way, it wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would save the redundancy, and there would be some consistency in some of the aspects where the OSs are similar.
I know. I mean, it might have to have each flavor bring in its own screenshots, though, as all the title bars and other things look different.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And you realize what I said about walls and text.
I think the only saving grace in all of it, a lot of people have warmed to GNOME 3. So, I mean, there's that. But, for something that would be less hardware intensive, like Xubuntu or Ubuntu, you can't necessarily run GNOME 3 and have it make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, only thing is, I can't test 32-bit really anymore because do you remember Dell Dimension 3000s?
Yeah,
those old desktops?
Yeah, I do.
Remember how much power those things used?
Oh yeah. Like I said, you could heat a small apartment with that thing.
Yeah. And I have no air conditioner at home living in Southern California. So that's why I don't use my Dell Dimension 3000 test.
How many different machines do you actually make use of for testing purposes? I mean, do you have like a horde of different machines?
I have, that I've actually currently used that much. I have these two laptops I have with me that I mainly use, and my main desktop and virtual machines. That's it.
Oh, okay. I'd imagine using VMs makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, even for Ubuntu, I have a desktop with 16 gigabytes of RAM.
Really?
Wow. Okay. Well, I had to rebuild it recently because it wouldn't power on and my motherboard died.
Okay.
And I mean, I just have like a quad-core CPU with integrated graphics and 16 gigabytes of RAM. Although writing documentation, you won't think of it this way, but since I need to use the app, I usually have to have multiple things on at the same time. So actually low RAM documentation isn't quite as easy, but if I'm jumping between different things, I can get so many windows open.
God bless you for what you do, because like I said, I've used your materials a time or two.
Like what, the VLC chapter?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Oh, doctor.
Does that actually help people?
announced, I moderate the subreddit recently. When Ubuntu announced that they were dropping Unity, but story from Shell, everyone's like, yay, so party celebration. But 2 weeks later, people are like, no, people are like, this is not usable. Like, what's going on here? Is this a video? So, like about a month later, people are like, so like, I looked at the source code for like Unity. So when you minimize, refresh install, you minimize, and it goes like launcher, right? And it goes a little faster each time. So the first 1,000 times you push minimize, it's a little bit faster. It's like a micro goes. But at first it's a little slower, so you kind of figure out what's going on, where your window distributor is on the left, right? And then once that's happened, 1,000 times you don't notice it. So now instead of waiting for a 1 second animation, or 1.5, it's just still half a second. That's something they did for usability to help you learn and help you be accessible and discoverable, but also get out of your way. So once you knew how to use it, it was faster and more efficient. And people are like, there's so much love in that, and that's so great. Like, and they're like, get out, Shell. So, how are you?
Sub-second response time was documented by IBM. Put out a red line on the very first paragraph. Anything takes longer than half of a second, you distracted a person from what they're trying to do. They're not going to have a productive day.
So that's response time. So you click the minimize button, immediately an action happens. That's subsets. But just because everything was on the left and it's different, and
Well,
indicators.
if the system hangs up for a half second,
Yeah.
that's the key.
Yeah. This happens quickly.
If they're seeing things that are interesting going on, okay. But if you don't get back to them in the time that they are willing to do their next step, then you're distracted.
Yeah, so they constantly try to improve that story. But yeah, when it came down to, like I said, just the way things worked, and they tried really hard to make things a little slower so it's easy to see what happened, but then like ramp out of that so that a power user could do it. They added all the keyboard shortcuts. So I miss Unity. I don't miss Unity. I use Unity at home on 1804. But because then I follow the GNOME Shell mainstream thing a lot less, hardly at all. It's harder to work. So last year I could say this is what our plans are and this is what we're doing. I was at the Canonical All Hands Ubuntu rally in New York September before last year. I went to SCaLE. So I knew everything. I sat down at the desktop team meetings. This year I haven't done that, and so he was asking, are you going to speculate? Do we have someone Canonical, or are you going to speculate on the future? We don't have anyone from the desktop team here this year, so usually I would just speculate with the caveat answers. Yes. The accuracy leaves much to be desired.
Yeah, the spiral thing.
It goes underneath.
No human ear is shaped
Upside
like
down.
that.
Upside down. Flip it over. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. It goes under and over. Yeah. Like that. That works best for me.
And you're on.
Hello, everyone.
Dave is going to help today. And Nathan put him on the slide so it's official. But this is our Ubuntu Q&A thing. We do this every year. As always, ask any question you want, ideally about Ubuntu, but it can be anything at all, preferably about Ubuntu. We're more likely to be able to answer it soon if it's about Ubuntu. If we don't have an answer, I will research it. We will have answers tomorrow morning when we come back. That's the promise. So, who wants to be first with a question? We have a question already.
Where's the group shot from last year's UbiCon?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's for you.
Is it still the camera? Yeah, it seems to be. What day did we take that?
That was it Friday?
Yeah, because that's.
Was it just at lunch break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what will happen then is I will locate that photo. I will get it on the Ubuntu California Twitter feed. That's where I tell you what the Twitter handle is, but I don't administer the feed, so I don't know.
Years ago, I found the 2016 picture in late 2017.
Well, that one's been around.
So you're right on schedule.
Yeah. So what you can do is you can go to ubuntucalifornia.org. You can follow the link to the Twitter feed there, and it should show up maybe in a week. So.
What about the picture on Friday, like tomorrow? When will that show up?
I've been bad.
They're like LTSs, every 2 years. It is. That picture will last for a long time. We're going to support that picture. So yes, it'll take us, we'll get it out, it's in beta testing, and then we'll get it out within 2 years. 2020, January 2020, thereabouts, maybe 2022, maybe 2024. That's a very good question. We started to build one, and then we had this really great ubucon.org site, and then we had sections within that for the various ubucons that happen around the world, because there's the one in Florida, there's Europe, there's Latin America, and the Canonical community team was very excited by this. So they fleshed this out. They put it on a really good CMS. I wound up with the domain years ago through accidents. He had originally registered it. So we pointed it there. We got it all set up. And then with the Canonical reorg, the server, what is the current status of the server?
So the server is now run by the community. The Ubuntu Europe people group took charge of that. And that got sorted out a little too late for us for this event. But UbiCon Portugal's there. We're going to see if UbiCon Latin America wants to be on there. They're in August, I think. And then we'll be there for next year. So ubucon.org will rise once again. And we apologize for that oversight that lapsed this year. Now, one thing occurred to me. So we're here every single year, so we know who we are, and we see many of the same faces all the time, over and over. But of course, there are new faces, and we are being broadcast live on the internet. And so, what we really should do is brief introductions of ourselves, like professionals.
Show us what that looks like.
Okay, so I'd like to thank everyone for being here. My name is Nathan Haynes, and I am the leader of the Ubuntu California local community team, or LOCO for short, because we're crazy about Ubuntu. And I'm in charge of running the booth at SCaLE and other California events, although usually I help some other people do it, if all goes fine. And I'm also on the Ubuntu Local Community Council, which means that globally, worldwide, applied when a new local wants to form or they have any questions that they, or problems that they need a little help with. We give them a little bit of guidance, make sure they're on track, they're doing well, that they can get supplies for booths, for events. And I've been at SCaLE for 12 years this year, and I've been having a blast. So that's me. I'm an Ubuntu member and technical writer. I have a book published because I love Ubuntu so much. I wanted to be more involved, and the only way to be more involved than using it every day is to do things like this. So thanks for continually attending the events and making them a success, so I can keep doing this.
Hi, I'm Dave Jillick. I work for Indeed.com, and I am an Ubuntu core dev, which is why I'm standing here right now. And that means that I am someone who can actually sponsor fixes and push changes into the archives for Ubuntu. So I am more of a technical person, but I'm still part of the community. I am not employed by Canonical. I used to work for Canonical for 5 years. That's when I actually became a core dev. But the cool thing about Ubuntu is that when you become a core dev as a Canonical employee, you maintain those permissions after you leave. So, hi, that's me.
That was cool. My job is a lot less interesting.
Oh, that's not my job.
No, well, history, background. I design software. Been doing it for a while. My name is Richard Gaskin, and I'm an Ubuntu fanboy. I've spent many years doing work exclusively for Mac, and then branching to Mac and Windows, and then clients started asking me about this thing that it just seemed ridiculous. This, it's free, they give it away. They were calling it Linux. They said, can you make software for Linux? I said, why? What? Okay, I'll try it out. Well, I got kind of hooked, so you guys have been seeing me ever since. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. With that out of the way, there's time for another question, and we have one in the back, and then you can be next.
Hi, I don't know if you guys know this, maybe it's too specialized, but so we use Dell servers at our place, and in the past, Dell only supported like Red Hat and SUSE, but it looks like, I think on the new generation servers, they're going to start supporting Ubuntu. Are you guys aware of all that, or keep track of that kind of stuff? It's kind of a big change for Dell, I think.
So I can't speak officially on that, but I can't say in terms of like what their roadmaps look like because I have no visibility into that. However, I do have friends that work for Dell on their Linux enablement, and I know initially they provided Linux support for a lot of their laptops. They started providing developer editions of the XPS lines, and I haven't talked to him in about a year, and I know back a year ago they were talking about trying to push that support back into their servers, but that's really all I know. I know they're constantly trying to support it because they know that it's important, but I don't know what their official line is, and I can't speak other than that. It's really, you're getting hearsay from me. It's really what you're getting. I'm sorry. I will say that there is a Dell project on Launchpad that helps support all of their laptops, and I would assume that the same people that are supporting the laptops are also supporting their servers, if they are actually planning on supporting their servers.
And we know that with Project Sputnik that Bart and George, has this line of developer laptops that are really great, not end user, but laptops that are desktop systems that are supported that ship with Ubuntu. So there's a chunk of the company where the will is there, and so hopefully we see further support for servers as time goes on.
I'm curious, what type of issues are you having with these servers?
Actually, I wanted to say one more thing. The other cool thing that Dell is doing in terms of supporting Ubuntu, I don't know if anyone has a Dell laptop, but they've got firmware updates built right into Ubuntu now, which is actually coming in through a third-party project, which is, I think it's Firmware Update is actually the name of the project. It's an open source project that's providing firmware updates, but it works awesome on Dell laptops. I know that for certain. I've been pretty impressed by that. So hopefully they'll do the same for the servers. I'm assuming it's all this very similar interface
Yeah, that's, so I actually have a Dell laptop that I bought Ubuntu installed on, and I just did the firmware update like yesterday or something like that, and it worked pretty well. I mean, there was one little glitch, but it worked pretty well. But anyway, yeah, so the issue with the servers is two things. The firmware updates, in the past they distributed Red Hat packages or like Windows exe files like that. And the other thing is Dell produces this Open Manage Server Administrator thing for managing the server, health of the server, disks, fans, speeds, temperatures, all that junk. And they very nicely supported it for Windows, Red Hat, and SUSE. But Ubuntu, they had like a community support version of it, but it was always lagging behind and had trouble and stuff like that. So pain in the neck. But I thought I read somewhere that for the new generation of Dell servers, they were going to support Ubuntu also in that server administrator type thing. But I was kind of just curious if you got, the hearsay kind of thing is good enough for me. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have any more insight other than what you have publicly available, collected. So.
But here's a bonus answer. I'm going to see if we can get Barton George to make a comeback at UbuCon for next year. He's the project Sputnik leader at Dell, and he tends to know a lot of these types of things. So we'll get an even better answer if we can bring him back again next year. But it was a good one. Yeah, we'll try it. Yeah, right after the phone.
I just had a follow-up question to I mean, did you have to add a PPA for your firmware update over there? Because I've got a Dell laptop myself, so. No? Okay.
Richard, could you repeat that comment?
What was that?
Could you repeat the question or comment?
Oh, I didn't either. He nodded knowingly. I was thinking about something else for the future here. So I'm sorry to be mentally absent, but there we are. I'll be honest about it. Yes. Let's repeat this whole moment, and this time we'll all get it right. All right.
Okay, the question was basically I wanted to know for the firmware updates whether I had to add a specific PPA or not on my Dell laptop. So.
So firmware updates are not a specific personal package archive. For Dell laptops, it's actually provided through the firmware updater built into GNOME software, which is built on a standard that really smart people work really hard to get industry adoption, and it's beginning to happen, which is pretty awesome. So we have a question over here.
If you have a Gen 4 X1 Carbon, don't use it. Just saying. I had to create an SPI ROM programmer and reflash my BIOS chip off of something from the internet just to recover my laptop after that. So Dell's doing it great. Lenovo, I'm looking at you. So.
I had a question, and it might be a little redundant, but I'm just curious. Yeah, I know that once upon a time that Canonical was working to develop a phone, a cell phone. Now, obviously, that didn't work out. But I was curious if there was any plan to either develop software for tablets or to collaborate with other companies to develop, something for the tablet market.
So when it comes to mobile development, that's something that Canonical tried out, pushed really, really hard. After about 5 years, there was no wider adoption by industry players. And so unfortunately that not only did that end, but it took out Unity with it, which was, in my view, a giant tragedy because I like Unity. Now, there were several models of phones and tablets, about 2 or 3 of each, that ran Ubuntu with Unity 8 in a really beautiful manner. I didn't manage to bring my tablet with me at SCaLE this year, but I had it in the past. And the good news is that there was a pretty sizable developer community as far as how big these things go, that decided to take up the mantle and continue developing. So if you like Unity 8 and you have one of the old supported devices or one of a tiny number of newly supported devices, everything is available. available. It's the over-the-air update 8 just came out, I want to say, and 9's coming up soon. The web browser's been fully updated. There's an open store. It's really pretty slick. It works very, very, scopes are going away. Unfortunately, they're going to do something new, a little easier to support. That was a problem because that needed third-party support and interfaces, and those were tricky to maintain, so they don't have the manpower. So the name of that project is called UBports. UBports, and I think ubports.info, I think, is the website. If you type in UB, just UB, PORTS, into Google, you'll see the website. And it lists all supported models and of hardware. And so because of the way mobile devices are made, they have ARM chipsets, there's no easy way or sometimes no way to find out what hardware is actually attached to the CPU. So every single device has to have a custom image with only the drivers, with the right configurations, baked in as one thing. It's not like a PC where you have a kernel, a bunch of drivers, an interface to detect hardware and figure it out. That's why cell phones, tablets are kind of so hard. But the UBports project is really cool. I might be wearing a UBports shirt at the booth this weekend, depending on my rotation. So that is, and they do have a mobile framework that in theory should still run on desktop Ubuntu, although I'm not sure if that's being ported or there's a snap of that right now. But it all just run on Ubuntu, and that progress is continuing at UBports. So here comes our next question. Thank you.
I have the Dell XPS 15 laptop, but mine is a Windows version, not the Ubuntu version. Is there really such differences besides maybe the Wi-Fi chipset that can have it so I can actually erase Windows and I can actually put Ubuntu on it out of the box and it works? Or are there actually like firmware BIOS tweaks or things that were done to it?
As far as I know, there are a small subset of the devices that do not work perfectly. It's like the touchpad, I think, has a different driver, and I think it might be the video camera might have a different driver. And
Oh, I could care less about the camera, but the touchpad is a Synaptic driver, so that should be.
So maybe my gut says that it will probably work absolutely fine, and there's probably not too many differences. But I'm not a Dell
Okay.
person, and I think I'm not running an XPS 15. I'm running the Inspiron version, which is like the business version.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. The best thing to do to check that out would be to launch the live CD and then check to see that all of your devices work. That way you can test it without actually seeing if without actually breaking your machine. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's something everyone should know, but maybe not everyone does. When you create install media for Ubuntu and you boot off of it, you can choose to either install Ubuntu or try Ubuntu without installing, which launches a live session that runs entirely in memory, doesn't change anything on the hard drive. When I say that, if you then go in and open up your hard drive and start changing things, well, that sticks. But you can play with Ubuntu, all of the software in a default install, see how all the drivers work. Sometimes your Wi-Fi driver needs a driver install, but everything else should basically just work. And if it doesn't, you might have problems with it with a full install. Decide if you can live with that, and if nothing works, then you say, well, I guess I won't install Ubuntu. But it's really good to have around, not just to test new hardware, but also if you keep it around, whether you have an Ubuntu running or not, it makes a really good way to test out new hardware, or if your OS fails, you can sometimes use it to recover data. So it's a handy tool that keeps serving you even afterward.
One thing to note, if you're going to be running a live CD on a machine that you are unsure of whether or not it'll work, it's probably best to run the latest developments, the latest non-development series. So today that would be Cosmic or 1810. The reason for that is it's going to have the latest kernel in it and the latest software that's available. which will hopefully have fixes for your hardware, especially considering laptops get refreshed every. We go through them faster than you go through servers typically. That would be my piece of advice. Check if you want to go with Bionic, go ahead and try it. But if it doesn't work, the next thing I would do is probably check Cosmic or Disco even. Because newer is always better with software. Oh, then you're perfect. Yeah, Bionic would be great. My rule of thumb with like installing software is do your best to install software that came out like 6 to 8 months after your machine was created, like or inceptualized, right? So. Oh yeah, you're great. You're golden. So. Oh yeah, I have to hand you the mic, right? That's the important part.
Okay, I have 5 laptops, different ones, HP, Dell. I've been installing Ubuntu for many years. Lately, I noticed that the last one, 18, is giving me a lot of errors. You know?
Okay. No, I don't know.
And they said that, send the errors to the development, department. Okay. 16, I never had any problems.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I cannot figure out what kind of problem is that, but I'm working on the new 18, so I'm gonna try to figure out what kind of problem is. But at 16, like I said, doesn't give me any problem.
So my piece of advice to you for that is that I have a feeling you probably are hitting one application that's probably failing for you for some reason. Instead of just sending the report, I would probably view the report. There's 2 options. When Apport asks, would you like to send this error? I view that error, and then I'd actually go and search Launchpad for that error, or Apport might actually be able to link you to the right part of Launchpad, or the right bug that it's opening for you. The thing about Apport and the reporting back is that it doesn't, it kind of filters the same reports so that we don't have lots of duplicate bugs on the Launchpad side. But what you're going to have to do is because like non-paid support, right? So like you're basically asking a community member like me to fix your bug, and it's a volunteer thing when it comes to Launchpad like that. So it's really you gotta kind of have to put a little bit more legwork in. I wish you'd come to my talk about how to fix Ubuntu and push those fixes back in. It was perfect. So. But that basically my piece of advice is to trace it back to Launchpad and try to get involved with the bug on Launchpad as much as you can, especially if you can actively reproduce the problem.
Yeah, and as another start, so if you have the laptop here and you can reproduce it, so if anyone has that, you can come right by the Ubuntu booth, and we're not going to fix the problem. Probably, if it's a bug in the software, we can't fix it. We can maybe give some advice to minimize it, the impact, and we can help you track down exactly what's causing the problem, so that we can point you where to go to either get better advice or to let the developers know so they have a chance to address it. So, and that's very, very valuable to do because if you start a program and it just immediately crashes, well, if the developers knew about that, they wouldn't have released the software. It's something about your hardware configuration or software. I mean, there's a billion things that could happen. So the more information developers have, the better they can make the program. So it is hard work, but you still help improve the software.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is pertaining to the software in itself. Hold on. I'm getting a call.
Hello! I'm in the Q&A. I'm right here in the front. Where are you? Hello? I can't hear you.
better reception outside. Hello? Do we have any actual questions? You know, I've had hecklers, but that was different. The least imaginative.
Yes.
Well, that was entertaining.
You wake up everybody.
Millennials. I'm kidding. I love millennials.
All right,
They're not
then.
all bad.
Okay, next.
All right, so might be a unique situation, but I'm booting off an SD card, and I'd like to suspend the computer, but when I come out, it doesn't come out well. Well, it doesn't. It seems like it's just rebooted. And I'm sure there's like a hardware problem, incompatibility, or because it's off a SD card.
X86? Are you suspending to disk?
I guess I don't know. Hold the power button icon.
Or if you're just going straight to suspend, I have a feeling it's probably not because of the SD card, because usually when the way you do suspend is the laptop will actually keep the memory powered essentially and just shut down everything else. So unless you're using suspended disk, the SD card is probably unrelated. Do you have swap turned on? It's possible that the SD card is on a USB device that is not part of. I don't know. I honestly can't tell you off the top of my head, but my gut is that if everything is in RAM, it's probably not the SD card that's the problem. It's probably something like, I bet if you booted off of an SSD directly, you'd probably have the same problem. It's probably more like an ACPI problem with the BIOS. Maybe try updating the BIOS first, or looking into kernel command line options that will put the ACPI BIOS in or into like a Windows mode or not into a Windows mode. It's really, really machine specific, and it's kind of a crapshoot. So.
That's one of the hardest class of bugs to debug, but if you have it and you go to the booth, we'll give it a try. All right. So, thank you.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those where you're going to spend a long time Googling. So. This guy in the back. Here, I got you. No? Anyone else?
Next question? Oh, right there.
Okay, I'll ask another one. I'm not sure, well, let's see how to say this. So with Ubuntu 18, we ended up having some problems kind of almost right out of the box with the etc resolve.conf type thing. And I think we, Googled and found solutions that seemed sort of like kludges, but, if I ever had time, I would kind of do it more carefully and, say this is what I did, and where would I post that information? What's the best place to post it? To describe what I had problems with, and,
So
yeah.
there are two places for that.
Yeah.
One is, so the main bug tracker for Ubuntu is launchpad.net. And so to get that information over to the developers, you would find there might be a networking meta package. Whatever package Ubuntu provides that resolve.conf file, you file the bug against that, give clear instructions. You'll be doing everyone a world of favor. You can also was it package manager? Or network manager? Okay. So it might be network manager.
Pardon me? I think I had trouble with both server and desktop type things. And, sometimes I was wondering if it was our system. We even had trouble with, like DHCP, having a DHCP set up and getting strange results into the etc resolve.conf. And, we just had so many different setups, it was like hard for me to figure out which was causing problems and which one wasn't. And,
I'm not fully versed on this, but I have a basic idea as to what's going on. Do you know more about Network Manager and how it sets up Yeah, so the way Network Manager works in Ubuntu is it's going to set etcresolve.conf to 127.0.0.1, which is going to point to a service owned by Network Manager. I forget what it's using to do its resolution. So what you're going to have to do is instead of trying to edit etcresolve.conf directly, you want to look at setting the configurations in Network Manager to give you the options that you want in your etcresolve that you would otherwise have put in your etcresolve.conf. And this is not actually an Ubuntu problem. This is more of a systemd move. This is one of the things that kind of got stuck because of the move to systemd from Upstart. And basically everyone's going through this right now. So unless someone can correct me or have better information than that, that's kind of my 2 cents. This is my best bet for you is probably that it's not a bug. It's probably your expectation and what you're probably looking in the wrong spot. It's probably something like that. I would probably start on Ask Ubuntu because you're going to have a lot of people giving you suggestions. If you can't get a solution on Ask Ubuntu or the Ubuntu forums, then I'd go ahead and file a Launchpad bug saying I did this XYZ. Yeah, because if you're looking at etcresolve.conf, I already know that you're probably doing it wrong because that's not where any of those settings are set anymore.
Yeah, I think some of the Googling I did point to Network Manager as being suspect somehow, but then, I lost the thread and, I'm going, what do I do now,
Anything that you see that's like pre-2016 is going to be on standard System 5 VNet or Upstart or some other system, right? So you're going to have to make sure that whatever you're looking at is talking about a system that is actually using systemd and Network Manager when you look for solutions, right? Because they're going to give you solutions if you were running a machine from before 2015, 2016. So that's keep that in mind.
Yeah. The combination of the current system is what you got to find, and sometimes it can be difficult to sort through all the old, throw away all the old stuff and say, okay.
Can you give me more specifics as to what's wrong with that?
Maybe later. I know you're going to be around. I'll have to refresh my memory on it because right now I'm just off the top of my head kind of.
Appreciate that. One good thing to know is that the LTS Ubuntu's get point updates every 6 months after a small delay. So it doesn't happen the same day that the next version comes out, but 3 months after in between. So Ubuntu 18.04.2 just came out, and so that's the install media, but with all the Ubuntu updates rolled in. So if you're having trouble, obviously if you're never in trouble, that's difficult. You might want to try the latest version, the latest download. Sometimes that can improve not just, so starting with the 0.2 update, you get newer kernels as well. So it can not only improve hardware support, but also software configuration, bugs like that.
The important thing to note about that, though, is the fact that people who are coming from a RHEL CentOS world, or Windows for that matter, are used to having like service pack levels. Ubuntu doesn't strictly have service packs like that. So when we release 18.04.4, 18.04.2, what that actually is the original 18.04 install media, plus all fixes, plus the kernel from the latest non-LTS series. So for example, in this case, that would be Cosmic. And when you install it with 18.04.2 install media, you're going to have the option of whether or not to install it with the HWE kernel or with the original 18.04 kernel. So if you are running an 18.04 box and are thinking about upgrading to 18.04.2, you probably don't need to because you are probably running 18.04.2. The only reason they release new install media is so that when you download 18.04, you don't have to immediately download 3 gigs of updates.
And to clarify, if you've installed any version of 18.04 and you run the daily, weekly updates, you will have the latest version. That's all the new media, the new disk, that's 18.04.2.3. It's just all that wrapped in. So if you're doing your daily updates, there's nothing that you've already upgraded and you're already on task. So next question.
Carlos, you got a question for? All right. Where are we here? You got a question? Good.
I have the version 16.
All right. So I'm gonna stop you right there because we're at an Ubuntu conference, and this is a pet peeve of mine. Ubuntu versions are not the first number. If you say Ubuntu 16, you're not specific enough. If you say Ubuntu 18, you're not specific enough. If you say Ubuntu Core 18, that is a specific version. If you say Ubuntu 18.04, that is a specific version. Because if it's just Ubuntu 18, it's not really just Ubuntu 18. It's 18.04 because we also have 18.10 out right now, right? And we'll soon have 19.04, right? So it's the way the versioning is year is the first number, month is the second number. So hopefully that helps some people because I've heard that so many times. I'm like, it's really year month. But okay, so 18.04, right?
Okay. I'm referring to 16 because, you know, I installed all of them.
16.04?
16.04, 10, and 11. I installed all those.
Okay.
Okay. And that's why I'm referring to 16 because I installed all of them.
You mean 16.04?
16.04, yeah.
So 16.04
Okay.
and 16.10 are completely different releases with completely different software and have nothing to do with each other, which is why it's important whenever you, I mean, we can ask you questions, we're humans in front of you, but when you post online, it's important. A lot of people don't know that it's common, but if you don't post the number, dot number, no one can help you. So, but you probably have 16.04, so.
Yeah, no, and no, but for my question or the thing that I'm going to say, it doesn't matter which version I have because I try all of them on 16, and now I'm trying the 18, you know, or 18.04, whichever is the only one that we have now. So, but in 16 versions, I noticed that the wireless automatically, you know, find everything for you. But in 18.04, does not happen. Always there is a window that comes and says, in order to get to a network, you have to click on in a window, you know, an extra step. So I'm assuming that they developed something else for 18.
Okay, so what happened was that, for about 6 or 7 years, Ubuntu had its own interface called Unity. And they tried to expose things first level in 17.04, so that we had a little bit of time before the 18.04 long-term 5-year support release. We switched to GNOME Shell because Unity was no longer being actively developed by Ubuntu and Canonical. So GNOME has a different philosophy on how to present information to the user, which is why Unity existed. There was a disagreement, and so we tried both. Now we're going back to GNOME Shell. GNOME favors simplicity, so they don't want to show you, don't want you to click a menu and have 20 items, and there's so many networks, and what do I do? They have a network icon, and when you click on it, you say, oh, select the network. It dims out because of the screen and just shows you to focus in on the networks available. They feel that's cleaner and easier to use. Not everyone agrees. But the difference is that, so on our side, we try really hard to make Ubuntu look familiar to users who were very comfortable and very accustomed to Unity for the last 7 years. And in fact, if you upgrade it from version to version instead of a fresh install, you get the new interface, but you can on the login screen go in and choose Unity as well. You can install Unity on 18.04 if you prefer that. So that's probably it. What you can do is, so we have lots of versions of Ubuntu at the booth, so we can definitely show you, we have 19.04 right now. It's not 19.04 yet. So when there's a release, it's 19.04. Before that, it is only the code name. It's not 19.04 yet. So the code name is Disco Dingo with a really cool mascot. 1810 is 1810, and that the code name is Cosmic Cuttlefish, which is what you see when the slide's not up. And so we have 19.04, we have 18.04 LTS. And so we will have laptops running it. You can take a look, show us exactly what you're looking for, and we can get you the exact answer. So I hope that helps. Next question. All the way to the back.
Yeah, my question, I don't know if it's directly for Ubuntu, but I'm running Ubuntu 18.04 on Samsung, It's with the AMD Ryzen 5. And it claims it's supposed to go all the way to 2400 gigahertz, but it only goes up to 2. So I was wondering, is that an Ubuntu situation or more like with AMD proprietary drivers and all that?
Okay, so I'm putting on the spot. I don't know the answer, but since I'm running older hardware, I've been pretty bug-free, but I heard that it depends on the Ryzen release. A couple of them are just a little weird to do. Now we'll get the right answer.
So my suggestion to you is that you should probably install the HWE kernel. So are you aware of the HWE kernels? Okay, so if you look on wiki.ubuntu.com and type in HWE, it will give you a set of instructions on how to install hardware enablement stuff. There's a hardware enablement Xorg stack and there's a hardware enablement kernel. I would definitely start with, because you're looking about gigahertz and not looking, you're looking at the speed of your CPU and not about the GNOME or the higher level interfaces. I would probably install the hardware enablement kernel for Cosmic. So that's going to be like installing, I think the package is like Linux generic HWE dash 1804, if I'm not mistaken. But what that will do is that'll install the 418 kernel, I believe, from Cosmic. And as 1804.3 comes out, it'll roll with whatever version comes out with that, with Disco. And that'll happen like 2 months after Disco is released or 3 months after Disco is released, after the Ubuntu kernel team decides that it's okay. The other problem that you're going to run into with the Ryzen laptop is there is a number of other problems that are still upstream, that are still a problem in the mainline kernel that AMD is actively working to resolve. I don't know what that list is, as I'm not an employee. I'm not an AMD employee, but I'm aware that there have been issues with that. So the curse of running bleeding edge software on Linux is sometimes you have to wait a few cycles for things to get all ironed out, and that's kind of probably what you're going through. But I have a feeling it'll probably work itself out with time. Is that satisfactory-ish? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, run the HWE kernel, and that's definitely what I do.
So the easy way is you can Google Ubuntu hardware enablement stack, and that will get you a wiki page at wiki.ubuntu.com with instructions for the kernel and the Xorg enablement. 1804.2 should have the kernel installed by default, and you'll get updates. So, but if you install from an 1804.2 disk or USB key, you'll get the newer kernel. If you install from the original, you don't reboot one day and surprise, new kernel. You are guaranteed. So if you come by the booth, we have lots of ISOs. If you have a USB key or you need a disk burned, we can do all that and have it available to you for testing. Because, as I said, when you boot from the live disk, and we can give you one, suddenly you can test it all out and try it before you go through all the hassle of Googling and changing things. So we try to make that as easy as possible. You're welcome. Next question.
My question is about updating. Typically, I update from the terminal, and after having updated and upgraded, and then updated again, the software updater, the GUI, will come on and say, "You've got updates." And I don't believe that to be true, so I'll do the same thing from the terminal again and be told there are no updates. Is there a way that I can refresh the GUI so that it knows the same thing that the terminal does?
Yes, so in Ubuntu, software is managed one of two ways. One is, of course, snaps, which are awesome, and come tomorrow at 10 and you'll hear all about how to make them and how that came about and that whole story. It's actually pretty cool. If you're a developer, it'd be super interesting, but I know Alan Pope, if you're not a developer, it'll still be kind of cool. It'll have an overview. The main way that software is updated in Ubuntu is through the Ubuntu repositories, which uses the Debian package repositories. And so the tool you use on the command line is called apt, A-P-T, which stands for another package tool, because there are lots of them. So software, if you update on the terminal, and if you update through Ubuntu the software center, and if you update through software updater, it's actually looking at the same data, and it's actually running apt for you in the background. So you get the exact same results. Usually what happens when you have a discrepancy, it works the other way around. If you have a laptop here, come to the booth, I'd love to look at it. But typically what happens is that for every update, Ubuntu plays it safe when it comes to updates. We never want you to do an update and then find out suddenly things don't work, or now you have version 23 of LibreOffice and it corrupts all your files. We're only going to get minor fixes on the same release of Ubuntu. So when a new update comes out, not everyone gets it at first. It takes 24 hours for all systems to see it in the GUI, in software updater. What happens is that when you have a list of all the packages available, you download the update, your system downloads the updates and looks at what version you have, what version is available, and there's an extra number. They roll a dice, and what happens is that your computer will roll a dice roll as well, 1 to 100 or 1 to 1,000, something like that. So as the counter ticks up, that's when you get it. So that if they break something, they have a couple hours to pull it, so we don't take out all Ubuntu systems. This may or may not have happened once with the XOR drivers. So, but to answer your question directly, sudo apt update will pull the latest software information from Ubuntu. No matter how you update, terminal through apt or through software center, it's the exact same process. And sometimes, if you're using a mirror, sometimes rather than the US main server, sometimes mirrors take a little bit longer to update. They update unevenly. And the dependency system should prevent one new package, but you just need like 2 or 3 more. It won't break the system. It'll say not available yet. So that's the main way that works.
No. I think he was explaining how it all works. I think what your problem is really that Ubuntu software updater checked to see if there was updated software, and then when you went to the command line, you actually updated that software. Basically, if you had clicked install in the GUI, it would go and check again and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong, because you had already updated it via the command line. So that's the solution, is just to go ahead and click install, or basically the check all goes to the same database cache, the same apt cache. It all goes to the same apt cache from both sides. It's just that it only checks once, and if you go and do it through the command line, the GUI doesn't know that you changed something in the cache via the command line. That's probably the problem. He clicks install and works around it, and it goes and checks again. Or patches accepted.
Yeah.
Sudo apt update, sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade, then sudo apt update again to make sure that it's as updated as it can be, and then from no prompting from me, the software, the GUI will come on and say, you've got updates. So I'll run the terminal again to make sure that there aren't any updates, and then the software GUI will find some updates and install them, or claim as it is.
Okay, so I think what's happening is when you do the update, the software updater might be detecting, oh, hey, there's updates, and let you know. So if you run an update and then you're working on the upgrade command, the software updater takes a couple seconds to start, so it may start first. I'll wager if you in the terminal say apt update, apt upgrade, and then apt update.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet if software updater comes up, I'll bet if you close it and then turn it on again, or run it again, I'll bet it's empty. It says no updates available. That's my guess.
I'll give that a try.
If it doesn't do that, we really want to know. But like I said, it's all the same thing. If you love reading change logs and seeing what the updates are, and you love using the terminal, what I like to do when software updater comes up is I like to say, okay, well, I have updates to install. I'll often, if there's a lot of updates and I want to read the update logs in the graphical program, I'll open a terminal, run sudo apt update -d, which will only download the packages, will not actually do the install. Then I minimize that window, maximize the software updater, click on more details, and go through and scroll through, and you click, it shows you the change logs. Meanwhile, it's downloading the background. So once that's done and once the terminal's done, I can, my choice, either close the terminal and hit install, and it starts installing immediately because the download's already there. Or if you love the terminal, you can just close software updater, run more apt upgrade. So that's a little fun way if you are impatient like me, or my excuse is my internet's really slow. You can get that downloading while you use a graphical tool. You cannot click. You can't run apt upgrade and click install at the same time. Do one or the other. But you can certainly have it downloading while you're browsing. Thank you. Got a question over here. I know the AV guys are on camera right now. Like, use this.
This one's going to be fairly simple. With the, how long has apt apt, the new command has been around now? How long has it been around?
So that was added in Ubuntu 14.04, and it was apt was the name of a Java.
Well, I mean, like there's apt-get, and then we have apt. I'm just saying that.
Right. So
okay.
command apt was used by Java developers as it was already taken. That's why Debian didn't use. They had this great project called apt, but there was already a program being used called apt, and so. I don't know if the tool's not used anymore so much, or there's just not a lot of Java developers. So a lot of apt-get is hard to type and is a hassle. So they renamed it end of 2013, beginning of 2014. And so that first appeared in Ubuntu 14.04, and it only supported like 2 or 3 commands, and now it supports a bunch of commands: apt search, apt cache, apt clean. All these great commands. So it was changed because it's easier to type. Now, what's the difference between apt-get and apt, and why do so many forums still say apt-get, and will the computer explode if you use the wrong one? So apt-get was designed to be there was a tool called dpackage, DPKG, that does all the actual work, select the packages, install them. Apt was chosen to get updates, download the packages, and shove them at dpackage tool. So it was meant to be a friendly human interface. Now what happened was people started writing scripts that will run apt-get and then look at the output and then do things. Well, the problem is that means either you can make apt easier and more friendly to use, there's a lot of words, or you can break every script that ever relies on that. So the solution was a great solution. So apt-get still is there, still works, does all the same things, and the output doesn't change. Apt is easier to type. It has a color graphical toolbar now, a little prettier. They're going to work on a little bit more there. They can change commands to be a little friendlier, for what you're typing. And that interface can change. So if you write a script, use apt-get. If you're on the command line, apt is easier to type, but they both do the same thing, and you cannot use one or the other. You can't break it. You're welcome. Next question. Over here, Richard. Yeah,
I'll repeat. Okay. Well, I'm already here now.
We always want to hear the question.
2 days ago, I was running on a live CD, and it's a live CD I've been using for a while now, but I noticed that the system was just really bogging down, and I go, I don't think I have that much going. So I pulled up top, and I was kind of surprised to find a lot of dpackage tasks running, and I wasn't doing any type of upgrade or install or anything. So my question is this: is there anything in the live package that would invoke dpackage, for reasons that it thought it needed to, or?
Nothing jumps to mind.
sure. My guess is that it was probably updating.
Yeah.
It clearly was updating.
I mean, the only things I was really trying to do on the system was I was using a browser. I had more than one browser window open. I was using a line editor. It wasn't Vim. It was gedit. And those were the two primary tasks I had running.
Yeah, I know there's a background security updater. Thank you. Which might have been enabled because by default I think we install packages once every 2 weeks or something for security updates. But honestly I'd have to look it up. You can't trust what I'm saying right now. Sorry.
As far as I know, that's all disabled for the, so when the live CD, like only main and restricted are enabled. So universe isn't enabled, you have to go in and enable that if you want to try that in the live session. The way updates work in Ubuntu, so the answer is you shouldn't have seen what you report with dpackage. That surprises me. We might be able to look and see what it's doing, but that should all be turned off, so I would be interested, especially if it's slowing down the system. The way update notifications work in Ubuntu is that it checks once a day, every day, when it's on and has network access. It'll download the latest list of packages in Ubuntu. And so rather than, in the early days, you get updates all the time and people were really happy, but as Ubuntu got more adoption, of course, it's a little disruptive. So Ubuntu checks for updates every single day. And by default, it's set up so that it will only alert you about updates, available updates, once a week. Unless there are security updates, then it asks you right away. And then it will list all updates, because as long as you're going to stop an update for security, you may as well get all the updates and not have old software for another week. So I am almost certain that's disabled on the live image, but that also doesn't run dpackage, that's just apt, because you're not installing anything. Never gets there. So I believe you, but it's a puzzle. So. Yeah, because the live session was slow and you took a look at what was running. So I'll have to look at that in 1904 and see what's going on if I can find it. Thank you for letting me know. I'll see if I can push that anywhere, if I can reproduce it. So,
I think we have time for another question, and you're that guy.
Actually, not a question, more of a comment on updates. A couple times I've ran the updates, and the printer system would stop, would malfunction. Easy fix. I just reinstalled cups. But it wasn't automatic. It was something that I figured out myself. No, just the general package update. The libraries. The whole deal. It's just.
I do know there are issues with cups crashing. Cups is the common Unix printer system, and it's very old. I think it's an Apple technology originally. And it's been around for a long time and supports tons of printers. All printers are their own weird thing. So it's kind of like maybe Samba or some other older software where it just needed to work, and it kind of grew bigger than originally planned. And there's all these great features in cups. Like right now, there's auto detection, which is amazing when it works. And my printer's too old; it doesn't work. But if I actually look for printers, then it finds it. So that works. So I know that for a time there was an issue with cups crashing. It was some configuration issue, and they patched it for the majority of cases. So if cups is still crashing now. I think the issue came back with the system D transition for a small time. Still crashing, we want to look at that, and that's something you could probably get more information. I would look on Ask Ubuntu, and then Launchpad, and you can look at the packages as cups, because that's going to be something that smart and annoyed people are going to try and fix, and probably have an answer on Ask Ubuntu, and then from there, if this is a manual thing you have to do. Then
got into Synaptic and just reloaded cups and boom, problem fixed.
Yeah, so that's a config problem. Like I said, that shouldn't happen automatically. Now, if you're in there playing with files, if you break any file on your laptop, you get to keep both pieces. That's what makes Linux so great. But if you're not in there tinkering on the command line with text files or in gedit with text files, no getting around it that way, it should just work. It should never break. So step one is see if you find anything on ASCII Ubuntu. If it's something you can do that triggers it, which probably isn't in this case, but in general, go grab, if you go to cdimage.ubuntu.com, you can get the daily live image of the newest version every day that we're working on. Boot that, see if you can reproduce it there. If you can, great, you can fix it there. If not, well, there's stable release updates. But yeah, ask Ubuntu to try and put a Band-Aid on it, Launchpad eventually to start getting it fixed. So that's it.
All right. I think we are at time.
That's time, so if
But
there are no more questions.
may I squeeze in one?
Sure.
I have a question for all of you. How many of you currently enjoy or have ever enjoyed the Ubuntu desktop? That's a pretty high percentage here, yeah, okay. So bring that enthusiasm to the session tomorrow afternoon during this time slot, because then we're going to brainstorm of how that's going to take over the world.
Yep. And if the online schedule is not quite updated because the print schedule changed, that happens at 4 p.m. sharp. So from 4 to 5, we'll be in here, and we want to have an open talk about what is working with the Ubuntu desktop, maybe what isn't, where it should go in the future, and we'll start to sort of maybe have those ideas coalesce, because more now than ever, it's the community that really drives focus on the desktop. And I say that like Canonical's not working on it, Ubuntu's not working on it. The desktop team is giant, and Will Cook and everyone else under him work really hard. It was amazingly impressive to see them as they started work on 1804 LTS. 3 weeks before 1710 was out, I got to go to New York, and they flew me out, and I got to, I was a fly on the wall. I was doing other stuff. It was my rationale for being there. But they work really, really hard. So we can start filtering that up, get awareness of things that need to be done, and see what we can do about that. So we would love for everyone here, tell all your friends at SCaLE who are interested to join us tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Beyond that, you guys have a great time tonight, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Our opening talk is on snaps from Alan Pope at Canonical, and we'll be here at 10 o'clock. I hope to see you then.
Yep. Thank you all for coming. Enjoy the rest of SCaLE, and we hope to see you back, of course, tomorrow, and also on the expo floor all weekend. So thank you so much.